Peace to everybody tapped in right now, man. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Like, share, subscribe. I ain't sharing nothing. We're gonna get into this entire build is about can Asar Imhotep's linguistic work be falsified? But there's some other general information that I want to get into. So make sure that you are privy to what's going on and tapped in all the way. On that note, at the flip side, it's on and popping.
Shit! Hey, y'all, give me the motherfucking chainsaw, blood. This motherfucker whooped straight. What's up now, motherfucker? These niggas ain't bigger than me. These niggas ain't Nas, ain't Jigger than me. These niggas ain't M, they ain't 50 to me. You ain't Pun, you ain't Pac, you ain't Biggie to me. These niggas ain't Crips, they ain't 60s to me. These niggas ain't Bloods, they ain't dripping with me. Niggas talking that shit by the new generation, man. Fuck these niggas, I slash your fucking faces. You niggas ain't so shit, not an album or a rock. Pussy nigga putting rings on my old bitch. Dick down the throat ass niggas, old hoe ass niggas. Happy cause you went gold ass niggas. These niggas ain't spitting with me, you ain't sicker than me. Fuck out my section, you ain't sitting with me. This for very important people, it's clear that we not equal. Clear you niggas faggots, I'm the Black Marshall Matt. Like yin 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 on a motherfucker. Who needs Hulk Hogan when you got Sting on this motherfucker? Less than 5 albums, kiss the ring on this motherfucker. California throne and I'm the king on this motherfucker. I don't wanna hear it. Weak ass lyrics, crying on the hook, thinking we gon' feel it. Old lost ass niggas, voice crack when you talk ass nigga, rolling blunts for the boss ass niggas. I came in with Ye, Jeezy and boss ass niggas. Your freshman cover a whole bunch of soft ass niggas. Tampon lyricists evacuate the premises. Mute BET ciphers cause I don't wanna hear that shit. May you rest in piss, you fuck niggas. Hey Frank Ocean, go ahead, fuck these fuck niggas. Yeah, they fuck niggas. Ain't no 3 stacks in your class, so take your top 10 spot and shove it up your ass, bitch, boy. Niggas already fucked your bitch, you bitch, boy. And every time you kiss on that hoe, you suck my dick, you bitch, boy. And when you buy that hoe a bag, that bitch carry my bricks, you bitch, boy.
He made that up. And Chavis, you know what I'm talking about. He made it up. Demonstration beat conversation. Pull it out. Too much woofing going on in these in behind the scenes. Pull it out. That's where I'm at with it. Pull it out. So peace to everybody tapped in today, man. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. Absolutely, it's the song for the summer. It got so much more meaning to I'm back. Y'all thought I went somewhere. No, I didn't. I was trying to change my what's the name, but it wouldn't let me do it. So anyway, it's the song for the summer. But I got another little intro. It's gonna be nice and slick. You know what I'm saying? I am going to use the verse of none other than Bobby Banger. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him talk crazy to me, and then I'm gonna let it be known where I'm at with it. Nah, I just playing. But it's how I'm feeling today. Anybody seen my day post know how I'm feeling today. They know how I'm feeling today. I go hard by myself. I don't need no supervision. You know, I go hard by myself. I don't need no supervision. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. So I always say demonstration beats conversation. But let's just keep it a buck. I'm finna keep it so funky, man. You know, you're gonna need a bath after this one. So come on in, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we in the building. You know what I'm saying? Get your copy of any book from Same Tree, Different Branch Publishing. We out here. Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, and all the other respected books that we have out there. Get your books. They all on Same Tree, Different Branch Publishing. Get Kofi book. Get Chavis book. We got some other books coming up. Get your books. Get your books. Get your books. Get your works. Just don't get your book and then have it in your library. Get your book and read it. I'm gonna say that one more time. Just don't get the book and have it in your library so you can show it off. Get your book and read it. We got too many people out here with a book that they ain't read, but they got so much to say about it. And I'm a little fed up with it because that ain't how things are supposed to be built. We weren't built on that. We weren't built on lazy scholarship at all. And it's to the point now that people are accepting laziness. Accepting laziness. So I woke up this morning, I was reading, reading some stuff, a little casual exchange going back and forth in the whole 9 yards. And it dawned on me that people out here faking the funk. They don't even care about your interests. They don't care if you actually learn. They're more caught up in confusion and their hate toward another person that they're willing to tear down whatever it is on the merit of trying to falsify or belittle a person because they can't falsify the work. This the temperature that we're in. It's gonna be a real hot summer. And I don't need no supervision. So don't say to nobody, go get your mans. You be a man and you deal with it. However you want to deal with it. However you want to deal with it, you be the man and you deal with it. You want to end it? End it. End it. We getting back to reading books. For those of you who don't want to read books, this ain't the channel for you. We read books over here. We promote reading comprehension. We promote critical thinking. We promote proper methodology. We promote scientific integrity. We promote scientific genius. We promote the tools that science provides us to answer certain research questions that are provided to us through false claims or intentional claims or contentions, points of contention among people. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with out here. Hold on one second. So I'm not finna do I'm gonna do some talking, but not a lot of talking because I got some stuff that I want to put on the screen. So I'm just kind of waiting a minute to see if anybody else important want to pop up and see what they got to say. So no more barbershopology. That shit's dead. You want to gossip, then label it as gossip. But if you want to deal with information, then we need your evidence. We need your evidence. How did you qualify that source? And what makes this source acceptable upon this conversation? What are the credentials of the person you're presenting to us as the expert? How did you qualify this source? What work did you scrub? Did you cross-reference it? Did you read anything else beyond the one or two little articles that you Googled real quick? What books do you have from the said author? Is their work respected in other fields? I mean, by their peers or not? It really don't. I don't even care if it's respected by their peers or not. I'm just asking. How much research have you done on the author? See, I'm gonna get people gonna click on and click off. Click on and click off. Them the emotional ass niggas. They ain't trying to learn. They just trying to be heard. They want to control the narrative and be the show. You ain't the show over here. So go live, like you said you're gonna go live. and you be the show over there where you be the show, and I don't care how many people show up. I told y'all at the end of 2021 that I'm gonna have more haters than Asar Imhotep, and they growing by the day. They growing so much so that they throwing sneak disses and hiding their hands. Won't even say your name. You know they talking about you, but won't even say your name. They use little words to insinuate in which direction they're pointing, but then they won't say your name. Coward ass niggas. So let's get to the information. Can Asar Imhotep linguistic work be falsified? If you're in the chat listening to me right now and you think that Asar Imhotep's work cannot be falsified, put a one in the chat. No, don't let me confuse you. If you think Asar Imhotep's work can be falsified, put a one in the chat. If you think his work can't be falsified, put a two in the chat. So I make sure that I'm directing my attention to the appropriate people. If you think his work can be falsified, put a one in the chat. If you think it can't, put a two in the chat, respectively. Put a three in the chat if you just don't know. I'm just trying to measure the temperature in the room. I need to know where people are. So I know y'all tapped in and y'all listening and you might be working or whatever the case may be. So, okay, I got Teddy, you lined up. I just need to know who I'm talking to. So Teddy is unsure if Asar Imhotep's work can be lined up. Well, before I even get started with what I'm about to share, I'm gonna kill it like this, Teddy, for you. ATL says no. So one is for if you think his work can be falsified. Two is if you think it can't be falsified. Now, when you say two, are you saying that they can't falsify it because it's solid work? Or are you saying, I'm saying, listen to me closely, ATL. If you put two, you're saying that it can be falsified, therefore it's not acceptable work. Or are you saying it can be falsified because the work is solid? If you think it can't be falsified because the work is solid, then you need to put one because you believe his work is solid respectfully and it can be falsified. Because if you say one, then you're saying that his work is solid. If you're saying two, you're saying that he made all the shit up. If you're saying three, you don't know you don't know any better, so you can't say if it can be falsified or it can't be. And I know there's a delay, and I don't know if you clicked off or whatever the case may be. I know a lot of people came to be messy and then dip out and want to see what the show is about. So I'm trying to get rid of the people that ain't really trying to hit this shit. And excuse my language, but it is what it is. I just got done running, took a shower, and I'm in that cool off stage. So I'm trying to see what he's gonna say. I stand on my one. Let me stand. Day two. You mean let you see day two? For the people who put two, what evidence do you have that says that his work can't be falsified? Okay, cool. All right. Now, dear Teddy, Asar's work can be falsified. He provided you with the method to be able to actually falsify his work. That's not what science teaches us. And hold up. Let me get some straightening real quick. That's not what science teaches us and different from your original question. No, my original question stands. Do you think that can Asar Imhotep's linguistic work be falsified? It's simple. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that it can be falsified. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that it can. Put a 3 in the chat if you don't know. Science job is to falsify. If his work wasn't falsifiable, right? Okay, so let me make it a little bit more clear, ATL. Someone said that Asar's work can't be falsified, therefore it's made up. Do you agree with that? Science job is to falsify. That's what science job is. Okay. All right. So you really saying one, but you're saying the work is solid. See what I'm saying? So let me make the argument point. So let me go here real quick. Let me share my screen and let me just be a little bit more clear. Maybe I'm not clear enough and I need to be clear. So let me be clear. All right. This is just a dictionary entry, nothing too crazy. Um, Comparative historical method. In linguistics, a system of research techniques used in establishing relationships among languages and in studying the development of related languages. Okay. Now, comparative historical method is a scientific method in which comparisons is used to reveal the general and the particular in historical phenomenon and to gain an understanding of the various historical stages of the development of one and the same phenomenon or of two different but contemporaneous phenomena, a variety of historical method. Now, the comparative historical method makes it possible to reveal and compare given historical objects, levels of development and changes this object has undergone and determine the trends of the object's development. So several forms of the method may be distinguished. One is the comparison and contrast, a method that reveals the characteristics of dissimilar historical objects. Another is the historical typological comparison, which explains the similarity of genetically diverse phenomena with reference to identical conditions of genesis and development. Yet another is historical genetic comparison, which explains the similarity of phenomena with reference to their common origin. Finally, there is comparison, which traces the mutual influence of various phenomena. Scratch all of that. Now, let's be a little bit more direct. Historical comparative methodologies, okay? You have a use and you have examples. Historical comparative methodologies when you want to explore why a particular social outcome occurred, you want to compare topic across different societies, you want to determine whether an old explanation of social phenomena is still valid, blah, 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 blah. But we're talking about languages, so you need to know that there's different type of historical methods to deal with out there, especially comparative. So I just slid that in to kind of slide that in. But I want to start here. Before I even go into any textbook, I want to remind people why we're here today. There was an interview that was done by Greenberg with this other white guy, and he asked him this question right here. He says, "If I may, let me turn back to the American Indian language question and pick up what seems to be a methodological and theoretical inconsistency in what you have done. One of the strengths of your African classifications, one could say the key element methodologically was getting away from culturally and physically based linguistic classifications. Your book was a reaffirmation of the independence of race, language, and culture. But very often now, in seeking support for your American Indian classification, you bring up what people are doing in the field of detention, what the physical anthropologists have come up with, and so on. Isn't there an inconsistency in using the physical anthropolitical culture evidence when it's useful and ignoring it when it is not? This is a question that is asked to Greenberg. He responds, no, I don't think so. I have never used the findings of other fields as an argument for the correctness of classifications as such. It was arrived at the virtual ignorance of what had been done in the other fields. One of the things I took for granted was the dictum that one classifies languages on the basis of linguistics evidence only. So, in the first chapter of my book, I think that I might not have been bothered to mention it. I do not believe, for example, that the concordant results of the studies of detention and population genetics show that my classifications is right. It's just a happy result, which in a sense is not quite as irrational as rooting for somebody just because he's American and not British or French, or because he seems to be anti-racist because of what he said about Hamitic. If a physical anthropologist who doesn't know the linguistic data says, well, Greenberg must be right because he in turn is looking for support for his physical classification, that's just the nature of science, which is that one wants to see things fit together. Having emphasized the point that language classifications, such as I have done, are based strictly on linguistic evidence, I should add that a high degree of correlation among physical, archaeological, and linguistic data might be expected in areas of new settlement. In the Americas, if you think one of the groups coming in and then some thousands of years later, another group coming in, they are sure to have different cultural and to have come with different parts of Asia with different, hold up, trying to zoom. All right, there you go, artifacts, which could distinguish them archaeologically. A situation pretty much like this did exist in Southern Africa, where the Bantu speakers, who represented a new settlement, show a kind of archaeological homogeneity, and thus archaeologists don't have any difficulty in identifying Bantu as opposed to Khoisan sites. So in the Americas, when you find a convergence of results from linguistic archaeology and physical anthropology, you can't say that it doesn't strengthen the case for my classification. I think it does strengthen the case. So for many of you who are unaware of Greenberg's real arguments in his books and things of that nature, I think you also need to include this interview in your discussions and find out what is the real meaning behind these things. Why are people using Greenberg? Because he believes that you just can't look at one field and identify something. You have to look at different fields. So his arguments are to do what? Argue about race, languages, and otherwise. He tells you this. After the question that he has received, he tells you this. Now, why am I even bringing up this interview? Because there's other things in this interview that identify some shots that was taken at Greenberg, and he recognizes them. For those of you who probably never seen it, that's what it's called. An interview with Joseph Greenberg. It tells you where he's from. Brooklyn, New York. May 28, 1915. When he was born. Right? This is the guy. Look at this guy. When he got into African languages, did you know that he only knew Hausa? Did y'all know that? He didn't know the other African languages, and he tells you that in his interview. And then there's another text, like Wudjua said the other day. There's another Indo-European controversy text that's out there, but it goes there. So look, so I want to show y'all what I'm talking about. The second question is whether I apply my own method correctly. So here's where he talks about some issues. PN says, at a point in your academic life when other people might be sitting around collecting honors, you find yourself embroiled in huge controversy regarding your American Indian classification. I was wondering how you feel about this situation. Well, I didn't start out to be polemical, maybe in my early life when I was younger. I might have been, but even then, I don't think I ever made an ad hominem attack on anyone. And what's more, the basic outlines of classification have been known since the early 1960s when I wrote it. What I do feel is that there are two distinct things at stake. One has to do with methodology. And there I am absolutely sure that the American Indianists have been carrying out a method which, if it were applied to Indo-European languages or any acknowledged family, would obviously dismantle it. That is, they are setting up requirements which have nothing to do with what we know about actual process of language change. I think I showed that pretty clearly in chapter 6 of Language in the Americas, where I demonstrated that in spite of even the most irrelevant criteria and allowing for them, one still had far more etymologies within ne din than other that would occur between branches of Indo-European if one used the same method. You see how this word method keeps coming up? Also, I'm quite clear, this is a hypothetical, of course, but I'm quite certain that if something like Indo-European had been spoken in the native California, so that let's say Slavic corresponds to Maudu or Germanic with Winton and so on, and then somebody like Sapir had come along and said that they formed one group, they would have spent a lifetime trying to prove he was wrong. So I'm quite sure that the methodology is right. Second is whether I apply my own method correctly. It's possible that I could use this method and make mistakes. Let me run it back. The second question is whether I apply my own method correctly. It's possible that I could use this method and make mistakes. Now, let's take the African classification. It's clear that when dealing with thousands of languages, the only way that you can classify them is to look at them. So somebody has to make the effort. I want you to put this in perspective in your mind of what we're dealing with. It's clear that when dealing with thousands of languages, the only way that you can classify them is to look at them. So somebody has to make the effort. The important thing is not to fight about methodology, but actually apply it. By now, there is a large literature in print about mass comparison, what I've called more recently multilateral comparison. But of all the people who talk about it, not one, with the exception, I believe, of me, has ever tried it. What the freak does this have to do with Asar Imhotep? He is in a community, a sub-community, among people who don't know what these methods are, how they work, or how to apply and try them. He's in a similar position as Greenberg. The problem is the people who seem to take issue with Asar's approach toward linguistic works doesn't understand that there's a school of thought that supports the methodology and the way it's applied. Or you would find an abundance of people, linguists, experts, that were rejected because they have access to Asar's works. So I'm gonna say this one thing again. The important thing is not to fight about methodology, but actually to apply it. By now, there's a large literature in print about mass comparison, what I've called more recently multilateral comparison. But of all the people who talk about it, no one, with the exception, I believe, of me, has tried it. They simply don't want to face the fact that I showed in my book, if one just takes present day Indo-European languages, taking into account a large number of languages at the same time, one immediately sees grouping of the kind that I have suggested. This work comes as a suggestion. Yet they are unwilling to do that. So Greenberg tasked himself with classifying things. So he just grouped them, made it simple. He simplified them. He didn't use his own method. He just said, the hell with all of that. I'm just going to mass everything up in Africa. Ain't nobody got no problem with it. Don't care. He says, yeah, they are unwilling to do that. That is absurd. Instead, they go about with isolate hypothesis of resemblance and then try to prove that two languages or two groups of languages are related. Out of that, we'll never get a classification. So he's saying that these people's approaches toward African languages would never yield an actual approach. So it was just best for him to just group them all together and then provide something with explanation. To hell with the method. Let's just mass it. I'm not going to use my method to group African languages. I'm going to use my method for other languages, but not for this. Now, I'm not going to get into the entire interview because there's a lot of things that go on there. But I want to reiterate a point that he states what I said earlier. He was asked, the initial response to your classification by specialists in Amerindian linguistics was extremely negative. Do you think that there has been any change of direction in your favor, especially since the Boulder meeting? I think that I'm definitely gaining support, but the support has nothing to do with the linguistic merits of the case. Rather, it has come from outside of linguistics. There's been a lot of written about the controversy recently, most of it by popular science writers. Now, if these writers have a background in any field, it's likely to be in biology or anthropology or some such, so that what strikes them is that there is more and more support for my classification from studies of detention, mitochondrial DNA, population genetics, and so on. Thus, one finds that it is external support which has turned the tide in the same way that at the beginning of external things had much to do with the acceptance of the African classification. All in all, I think that these external factors have had a greater impact than the arguments about linguistic methodology. External factors. Hmm. Hmm. Let's build. Can Asar's work be falsified? All right. Chavis pretty much has already answered the question in the chat. It can be falsified. It can be falsified using the comparative historical methods. And what are some of the things that Asar talked about the other day, which told you that you need to know? Sorry, I'm on the wrong source. That you need to know in order to argue your casing point. Right? He gave you 8 directions to go. He gave you 8 directions to go. So, recent years have been a surge of publications concerning the methods used in comparative historical analysis. The works reflect a growing self-consciousness about research designs among comparative historical analysis, and they address a wide range of issues concerning descriptive and casual inferences that are general in importance of social sciences. Although those studies have not yet had a large impact in the field of methodology, which is oriented towards statistical analysis, argue that the insights deserve a central place within social science methodology. Where's Chavis? Where you at, Chavis? I want to argue with you real quick. Where you at? Y'all saw this yesterday when Wudjua put it on the screen. Do you know what was actually going on here? I'm gonna run it back for you. Mass comparison and multilateral comparison was already applied by Cole in 1854, but within an African context, it is best known through the scholarly works of most prolific Africanists and linguists in the 20th century by the name of the late Joseph Greenberg. In a series of articles on the genetic classifications of African languages published between 49 and 54, Southwest Journal of Anthropology, and reprinted book in 1955, Greenberg divided the language spoken on the African continent into 16 distinct groups. Where you at? He excluded Malagasy, spoken in Madagascar. He provided the following 16 groups. Mass comparison method for discovering valid relationships, i.e. a discovery procedure especially intended to probe remote relationships. It was never meant to be a formal method for providing proof, as observed by Greenberg in an interview with Paul Newman. Mass comparison was a method for discovering valid relationships, i.e., a discovery procedure, especially intended to probe remote relationships. It was never meant to be a formal method for providing proof, as observed by Greenberg in an interview with Paul Newman. How does one reduce the interference of accidental similarities or borrowing when applying mass comparison as a method? First, by comparing words that are not borrowed easily, namely essential core vocabulary, body part terminology, or verbs like drink or eat. Moreover, by taking into account a large number of words rather than individual word pairs, a pattern of cognates should emerge. Remember that word cognate. Finally, and this is why the method involves multilateral comparison. A range of languages should be compared. The greater the number of languages compared, the less significant the role played by chance is. If the degree of similarity is greater than chance, genetic relationship becomes like a hypothesis. Such multilateral comparison in contrast to the comparative method, thus involved in probabilistic methods of investigation. According to Newman, the three key elements in Greenberg's approach were focusing clearly on evidence leading to a historical genetic classification as opposed to data relating to questions of language typology or language content, eliminating the misleading noise, providing the racial and cultural considerations, and developing a broad, wide-angle perspective comparison a large number of languages together rather than proceeding pairwise in step-by-step fashion. A short digression into the history of African language classification shows why these elements in Greenberg's scientific work were quintessential for the development of the field. The languages of Southern Africa had been divided into two groups, Bantu and the Nama Bushman family by Lichtenstein, who used essentially typological criteria such as the presence of classes versus gender or cliques. After Champollion published the Précis du Système Hiéroglyphe, containing the decipherment of the hieroglyphic Egyptian, others set out to point out similarities between this language and the Semitic languages known at the time. Renan in 55 may have been the first author to use the term Hamitic from Ham, the second son of Noah. He considered languages such as Oromo, then called Gullah, and Seho, Afar, to be sub-Semitic. Thus, at the beginning of the second half of the 19th century, Hamitic Semitic Bantu and Nama Bushman group had been recognized. A professor of Sanskrit and comparison linguistics of the University of Vienna, Friedrich Müller, set out to classify the languages of the world in 4 volumes published between 1876 and 1888. With respect to the African continent, Müller arrived at a sixfold classification in which racial and typological features of languages played an important role. Yes, you heard it. Racial and typological features of languages played an important role. His Hamitic Semitic grouping included Berber and Cushitic languages known at the time. Mueller further distinguished between Nuba, Fula, Negro, Bantu, and Nama Bushman. They carving it up on their own merit. There's nothing that you can do about it. Or is there something that you could do about it? Where you at, Chavis? You working? I'm trying to argue, bro. I need to argue with you to make a point. Lepsius, a contemporary of Mueller, arrived at a three-way classification of African languages in a version of his classification between 1863 and 1880. Typological criteria again played an important role in his grouping. According to Lepsius, Bantu constituting to so-called Southern Zone as a genetic group used prefixes, whereas Hamitic and Semitic languages, so-called languages of the Northern Zone, used suffixes and had gender distinctions, contrary to Bantu. Based on the dominant hypothesis of those days, that languages develop from morphological complex into more reduced systems. Bantu languages were assumed to represent an original stage, whereas languages of the so-called Middle Zone were assumed to be mixture of Bantu languages and Hamitic languages further to the north, so-called mixed Negro languages, Mish Negro Spashin. This Middle Zone contained Proto-African languages and infiltrating Asian languages, but also Bushman and Hottentot. Hold up. Who you telling check your messages, bro? Me? Oh. No, I got you. I got you. I just want you to understand that they're saying that they're saying this work is pseudoscience. And only he can conclude the way that he can conclude, which would mean that there's no methodology behind what it is, or there's a skewed method, or he's teaching a false method. But anyway, I don't want to get too far in the book. I wanted to ride that paragraph out because I want y'all. I'm trying to plant a seed here. So next text. Oh, sorry, I didn't show y'all the last book. This is the last book, Historical Linguistics: A Comparative Study of African Languages. 440 pages, and we know that people that don't read books ain't gonna get it. But Gerrit J. Dimmendaal. Next on the list, we have the Corpus of Linguistics. Where is you at, Chavis? Where you at, Chavis? I want to argue. So just a summary. Corpus linguistics is the study of language data on a large scale. The computer-aided analysis of very extensive collections of transcribed utterances of written text. This textbook outlines the basic methods of corpus linguistics, explains how the discipline of corpus linguistics developed, and surveys major approaches to the use of corpus data. It uses a broad range of examples to show how data has led to methodological and theoretical innovations in linguistics in general. Clear and detailed explanations lay out the key issues of method and theory in contemporary corpus linguistics. A structured and coherent narrative links the historical development of the field to current topics in mainstream linguistics. Practical activities and questions for discussions at the end of each chapter encourage students to test their understanding of what they have read, and an extensive glossary provides easy access to definitions of all technical terms used in the text. I found this book a while ago. Now I was reading it, and the end of the chapter, anything at the end of the chapter that requires you to comprehend something that was said in the actual chapter of the book, I always find useful. That was one of the driving forces behind what SARS-CoV-2 taught me, but it wasn't the only one. So I'm not going to get into this. I just wanted to throw this out there for people who want to get into more of a linguistic practical and know what's going on with that. And then you have Don't. I'm not on. You don't need to be on your laptop, bro. You're on your phone. Get on your phone. Or you saying you need the link. Hold on. Bro, you tripping, bro. That's all you had to say. You need the link. Oh, goofy. So I'm waiting on Chavis to come up here. If he can come on, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He might be doing some stuff. There's something interesting in this book. Hold up. Let me get this dude on. There's something interesting in this book, right? Can anyone in the chat or on the panel tell me what it is that's very interesting in this book? Have you seen the chat? Did I go too fast? Okay, I'm gonna scroll back up, okay? Look very carefully.
Reconstruction method. Methodology.
That stands out to you?
Lies, damn lies, statistics, sound changes. It's a bunch of methods. Bunch of
Okay, right. What am I? Why? Okay, so let's do this. The question is, can Asar Imhotep's work can his work now be falsified? You said that it can. Why?
Because based on what I have read, everything that's in here is what he utilizes to build his position.
When you say everything in here, are you talking about this book that I have on the screen?
I mean, there's pretty much this book could be, a source that he utilizes probably in, I'm not looking at it right now, but pretty much all this phonological changes and philology and syntax and all these sound laws and all these things are the exact tools that he mentioned when I read. Because he, like Teddy says, he pretty much lays out all this stuff before he does it. From what I've seen, I've always, acknowledged like he does a real good job of laying that out before he even gets to utilizing or creating any charts. He tell you about it first, and it's not just like he's making it up. He's giving you, he's citing these sources. Dimmendaal, I've seen from his book. I probably
you've seen Dimmendaal. Dimmendaal is in his book.
Because that's where I got it from. I went, okay, let me go behind him and let me get that book. And let me see if they saying the same. Oh, they saying the same thing. Same stuff in that book.
But I didn't want to show,
right,
some of the quotes where he sources Dimmendaal. I didn't want to do that because that's too much like, okay, Sean, are you cross-referencing Asar's work? You fucking absolutely right I am. I don't believe him.
You don't have you gotta believe the work.
Put it on to be, as people put it on to be. I go get the shit he tell me to go get, bro. I ain't just saying this. I'm not listening to believe this dude. I call him the standard because of the work that he puts in to get to a point of trying to uplift people to be scholastically intellectual in their research and methodology, to be more scientific. That rigor, yes, that's the word, rigor, right?
Right.
He's telling you to scrutinize everything. He ain't telling you to.
He's scrutinizing himself. You really pay attention. He's showing you, okay, this
So
can't
no,
go.
hold on. I don't want you to say that yet. I want you to say that yet.
Yeah, I'm right. Because this is you just be crazy.
Yeah. I want
That's
you to
how I
say
can
it.
tell who read
Okay,
what.
yeah, I want you to say it. I want you to say it. Look, for a text like this, which teaches people, let me go back to it. Historical Linguistic Theory and Method. This book, Historical Linguistics Theory and Method, can help you in understanding how linguistics work and teach you the method, the historical, the method? Or is it going to teach you, listen to what I'm asking, or is it going to teach you what you need to know before you get into the historical comparative linguistic method? You mute.
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Say the first part again to make sure I ain't miss
Is this
her.
book going to teach you how to utilize the historical comparative linguistic method, or is this book going to teach you how to understand languages and then get into the method?
It's gonna teach you how to understand languages. Just based on right there, it says languages first. So it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna teach you about languages, and that's the part of the process. So yeah.
And
Second,
then get
the
you to
latter.
what? Then it
Then
gets
get you
you
to the
what?
methodology.
Thank
It's
you.
walking you through. It's a textbook. Like I don't know if we paying attention. Like go back up to what school that is, bro. Like all these books like this, they published by schools, Oxford, stuff like that. Like these are utilized to teach you shit, to learn, to give you the basics first. I thought that was the other book, probably. It said, no,
This in the British Library.
okay. That was the other one I seen. It said Cambridge on there.
The other
But
one is.
either way,
But no, okay,
it's the
so
same shit. And all these, it's the same. Walking you through, it's gonna break
it's
you.
gonna
It's gonna
walk
take
you
you
through
through that
what you
step.
need to do first,
What's
basically.
the language?
What I'm asking is, all right. So what I'm asking you is how to frame this. So a textbook like this is going to listen, everybody. It's going to teach you what you need to know before you even get to the historical comparative method. So your starting point is not with the historical comparative method. It is first, what is language? Then, oh, he didn't fill out. This boy, this dude here, boy, I'm trying to let y'all know, boy. Where you at?
Get back to me in time.
Okay. So this book is going to teach you languages, and this is what you need to know. It's going to teach you the core things first, then it's going to advance the situation further. After you understand what languages are, then it's going to teach you the linguistic artifacts or the philology. Then it's going to, once you've comprehended that, at the end, every chapter has a discussion period. I'm going to go directly to the discussion questions. I want you to see this because you're not going to be able to answer this until you understand something, but I want to show you something. And I'm finna tell that, when people say that they're studying language, linguistics and all this other stuff, I'm finna tell you right now, they can't even tell you what a language is. They can't even answer the questions. So look, consider the following alternative definition of language. Language is a set of distinct grammars, i.e., grammars with different, although perhaps only minimum sole properties, such as, e.g., those which we might, sociopolitically speaking, consider to present in the minds of English speakers or French speakers or Marshallese speakers or whatever. What would language change be such under such an assumption? And what practical or methodological issues about the object of linguistic study might arise in pursuing research under such an assumption? I'll phrase the definitions in terms of set theories like this, because I think it's a useful way to think about the possibilities I have in mind. It is worth noting that a set doesn't have the properties of elements, e.g., or i.e., the set of all squares does not itself have four right angles or four sides of equal lengths, etc. So, a set of grammars will not have the properties of those grammars. This should become clearer as you read the subsequent properties alternative definitions of language, which are designed to tease these issues apart. These are discussion topics. And it goes on, and then it gets into the next chapter. Discussions. So if people are talking about they're studying linguistics, what the hell is language? Give me the grammatical definition of language. Because now I'm about to start interrogating you all the way through. Because I think you're being disingenuous. Che, where you at? Okay. So now let me back up out of this again. And I want to have a conversation with you real quick before I put it up on the screen to answer the damn question once and for all. Yes, Zane. Asar's work can be used. Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Can Asar Imhotep's work be utilized? Absolutely can. So what evidence have you seen from Asar Imhotep that states his work can go through those methods or that can be falsified?
What you said at the beginning part? What
evidence do you have
that supports what?
that his work that Asar to answer the question, can Asar's work be falsified?
Okay, we have these books right here. So the evidence is these textbooks that give us the steps in understanding first what language is, and then giving us the method to I guess to show which ones are related and how they figure out how they falsify, and which will end up with proof once we falsify some shit, whether it's proof for one way or for the other way.
Okay. Now, what other proof do we have that you're not thinking about? What other proof that you have?
I mean, I know, like he got the sound correspondence charts. That's something that's for me that I always, that's evidence. But all you have to do is do what he did and see if you get the same results. Go through the same process, utilizing different words.
Okay, I want to show people something too. I know Garfield and Cesariak is more important to y'all. I understand that. So for those of you who will catch the replay, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to tenderize.
Man, who cares about them, man? We talking about this right
now. I'm trying to tenderize the meat. So look, you see my screen, right?
I see it.
Okay. Let's go to videos. Why am I going to videos?
Because there's lectures in there, I would assume.
Yeah, there's something in here. What's the name of this? What's the name of this video right here? Let me pause it. What's the name of
Oh,
this?
this is called a crash course on historical comparative linguistics. Yes, I watched this. This is one that I tried to put in on group, and he said it wasn't science.
Unc
That's
said
what
this
that
was
is.
science.
Yeah, he said this one right here wasn't science, and that's why he couldn't put it in the real black atheist group. That one right there.
He said it was. He said this wasn't science.
No, but he said he didn't. 'Cause I asked him. I said, "Hey, so are you telling me that the historical comparative method in linguistics is not scientific?" Or, no, what Asar's doing. This is what he told me. He said, "What Asar's doing, it's not." I said, "Oh, how you come to that?" I don't know. He doing this. Did he watch? Did he watch this video?
I don't know. No, he
I
didn't.
don't think. I was
Okay.
watching this video. He may have been. I don't know. I know people was in the chat. I think there's a lot of people in the chat not paying attention. That's right. That's right. I do remember the exact date that he even did this. It was a lot of people. Can we see the chat right there?
Yeah, you see the chat, but what am I focused on right here?
Right here, we is looking at these steps are step 1, assemble cognates, establish sound correspondences, reconstruct the proto sound, directionality, majority wins, factoring in features held in common, economy. These just the steps he's giving you.
What are these steps are for? Hold on, finish the rest.
Oh, was it 5?
Determine the status of similar correspondence sets. Check the
Oh,
plausibility of the reconstructed sound from the perspective of the overall phonological inventory of the proto-language. Check the plausibility of reconstructed sound for the perspective of linguistic universal and typological expectations. Step 7, reconstruct individual morphemes. Please read Indo-European and the regulatory of the sound change from Campbell on your own. So hold on. Now, let me stop.
This is not, we gotta remind, that's not something he just typed up.
That's somebody else's, that's a source. So remember,
That's for Indo-European. This is so that's what he telling you. That's how they figure it out, and that's how they utilize it toward the Indo-European languages. So it's the same shit, just some
so
African. So go ahead.
okay. Now, remember, he provided sources in the chat for everyone to read to follow along. Why am I saying this? It's because he goes through and he gives you the comparative method to appear, the Rutledge Handbook of Historical Linguistics, edited by blah, blah, blah. He made it accessible to you. Y'all seen where I went. He made it accessible to you. Comparative method of linguistic reconstructions. 1, reconstructing the proto-language. 2, some terminology. 3, how to reconstruct the proto-language. Tells you here in these steps and goes all the way through. He tells you everything that you need to know right here, how to do the work. He basically gave you the freaking method.
He gave you the blueprint. All you gotta do is plug and play, man. Plug and play. It's pretty much plug in what applies and make sure you understand it first. Then you can play. You can't plug and play. You can't talk on the subject if you don't even know.
So here's the answer to the question: can Asar Imhotep's linguistic work be falsified?
Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Simple.
It was an hour ago. It was yes. Why was it yes? Because do we have the work to substantiate the method? Where did the method come from? We know the method didn't come from Asar. He's referring you to the method that is used. So for when the conversation that you had, someone said that his work ain't falsifiable. That's why I said, what? How did he qualify that? How? I mean, where is he getting that from?
No qualifications.
No. Listen to why I'm asking. Listen to why I'm asking. there's got to be some source that would say that something is up with the method. Where's the method out? Is he using the wrong method? Where's that? Where's your evidence?
Man, opinions, man. Opinions based on the evidence that he looking at. I don't know what evidence he's looking at. It's not the same as the shit I'm looking at. And it showed like I said, he ain't reading the book, man. He ain't read. He ain't read. He say he read. I don't.
No, he's lying. He ain't reading it. I'm telling you, he lying.
I told him the same. Like, hey, man, we already had that. Hey, show me, man. That's all I want to see. So, just for anybody else, like when they hear, if you somebody gonna say that the man is pseudo, you know what I'm saying? Just ask for a demonstration. Don't let nobody give you a characterization in place of a demonstration. You know what I'm talking about?
Say it again. Say it again.
I had to just, you know what I'm saying, step out and give you some ism real fast again. You know what I'm saying? But don't let nobody put in place of demonstration characterization, man. Don't do that. I can't go for it. All I did was switch the words. It's just the same thing.
One more
Make
time.
sure you know how to recognize a characterization versus a demonstration. If somebody is just saying some shit and then they not following it with no, I have to characterize that myself, you know what I'm saying, as you not demonstrating. Now, if you provide work that I can go and I would have to concede to based on, like, I can characterize that as demonstrated. You know what I'm saying? Well, don't just get
if I pulled up Christopher Ayer's work, a historical comparative reconstruction of Nilo-Saharan, is he going to provide me with the same steps that Asar Imhotep has provided us?
I would hope so if he following the method, but he not of the method though. That's the thing. He is a African African, what they call it, Afro-Asiatic. He basically is a Greenbergian. He follows that shit. So is he going? I haven't seen what he's using in there.
My point is he has to use some type of method.
He has to. So, and it has to be falsifiable. You're right. It has to be.
That's why I asked what I asked, because I don't care who you use, they're going to have to provide you with their method. And the moment that they provide you with their method, you are going to have to demonstrate that you have command of what it is that they're using to come to their conclusion. If you don't have that type of a command, then you're either your comprehension is low or you just
pump faking, man. Just pump faking. You could
pump faking.
I don't know who pump. All I know is I know what I know, man. I don't be trying to stun on nobody, and I don't ever profess to be an expert, but in that doesn't mean I have to ignore my own command or own competence in any subject matter. You know what I'm saying? And if I know a little bit more than you, I mean, that doesn't make me know that, but I know a little bit more than you. So that's based on my intrinsic motivation.
Your intrinsic motivation, huh?
I learned that going to school, you know what I'm saying? You gotta know the difference with intrinsic motivation. Then you got people that's extrinsically motivated. They need somebody to push them. They need some kind of external circumstances to make them do some shit. I don't need that shit. If I want to learn some shit, I push myself. I'm internally motivated.
You're internally motivated.
If I want to learn some linguistics, and I'm gonna go spend the money to go buy some books and read them, and though that's my main thing. People gotta cut out. I got a library full of this and that, man. People could tell what you actually read, bro. You know what I'm saying? People could tell when you reading certain things and when you're not reading certain things. It shows.
Right. So what I'm getting at here is if he provides you with the method that he is using to do his work, or how he concludes in his work, then you can use the same tools that he provided you in that video to deal with the historical comparative method, and you can follow along. Now, you can also go behind him and you can cross-reference his information, no matter if you're familiar or unfamiliar. Now, look, let's just say it from the top. Everybody don't know how to do certain things, right?
Right.
But when you don't know how to do something, this age group this day and age, a lot of y'all go to YouTube to figure out how to construct something, right? What people do in general. So when people go to try to construct something, they tend to go to YouTube, get a general idea, then figure out what it is and try to work with it there. But there's classes that you actually can take to deal with the historical comparative linguistic method that would actually walk you through how that stuff is. And then you can go back to Asar's work, and then you could try to you could go and try to falsify his work or substantiate his work. Because he's telling you, even in the video that he has, what the 7 steps are that you need to begin with, right? He's telling you what those 7 steps are. Damn, I'm thinking I'm sharing my screen.
What's fam talking about with Roger Blinch? I read him from Roger Blinch, and he was pretty much picking apart, I think, either Niger Congo or just Greenberg method in general, dealing with some other, I think, American languages or some shit, if I'm not mistaken. But he don't agree with from what I seen, unless he got something they talking about. I'm not sure what he's talking about.
But anyway, he gives you the methods. This is what he's using. He didn't type this up.
No, he didn't.
This is not him. He's not saying this is someone else's method.
Scholastic, academic
Method, tried and true. Assemble cognates. Remember when I was reading earlier, I was telling you about the little word. Remember the word cognates.
Mm-hmm.
What do we see Neb doing all the time? Cognates. Now you got to establish sound correspondences. Then reconstruct the proto sounds. Then the directionality of those. Then if you have, the majority wins, if some of them, if you got multiples over here on this side that seem to show the same patterns, the majority wins is basically what they're saying. Then factor in the features held in common. Then consider the economy. Then consider go to number 4, determine the status of similar correspondence sets. Check the plausibility of the reconstructed sound and perspective of the overall phonological inventory of the proto-language. Check the plausibility of the reconstructed sound and the perspective of linguistic universal and typological expectations. Reconstruct the individual morphemes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem that people have. They don't want to do this work because they're unfamiliar with the method and don't know how to apply it. Just say it. But just don't sit here and call something pseudo because you don't know how to do it. So step 1, assemble the cognates. In order to begin to apply the comparative method, we look for potential cognates among related languages and list them in some orderly manner or form in rows or columns. Let us see a table and give the example. Here's the table. Here's the example. The cognate sets. All these words mean the same thing right here. In English, Latin, French, Portuguese, Spanish, Italian. Look at how these words go. K-A-P-R-A, K-A-B-R-A, K-A-B-R-A. Whatever the hell this is. E-V-R.
I know what he's talking about.
A cognate sets.
He talking about this not Chicago in the chat. he said he still accepted. I mean, from what I read, he said that it ain't one thing I'm extracting from that is it ain't been justified. Even he said that. So whether he accepts it or not, to me, is irrelevant if we talking about whether it's scientifically justified. Because they gonna accept it just to use it, because it's already in. They got some already set up, a whole model of languages, even though they are grouped in however they still gonna utilize it. I ain't see him do the work to try to, you know what I'm saying, create his own. That's just what's missing. I would say that work. I ain't seen people doing that except for Mboli and Asar. And then I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing, because it's being framed like that's bad that they the only one. Like they not really just the only one, because it seems to be he's doing it.
He do disagree overall, just certain phylum placements. He still accept Niger Congo. Don't disagree. He don't disagree overall, just certain phylum placements. He used false cognates. That's the problem. I got the PDF right here. Who used false cognates? Who used false cognates?
Oh, like I say though, even if he does accept it, contextually, what is he accepting? Just the grouping of languages and shit, just as it is. But he pretty much demonstrated himself. Like you say, why you don't agree with it, because it's not necessarily justified. None of them hoes is. It's just a reality. It's not just one person saying it. It's pretty much all they stated overall that most historical linguists they not for the shit. You know what I'm saying? That was they just understand that it's not, it ain't been justified, and it's for that speculative use that we using right now. Like he said, it's a group like Wudjua was saying that just a start off process to, you know what I'm saying, weed some shit out and then go from there and then falsify it. What are you saying?
You say he used false cognates, demonstrated, publish your work, bro. I ain't talking to you in no chat. Demonstrate it, publish your work, show me what a false cognate is at. Show me your command of how the historical comparative linguistic method works. I haven't seen not one person on your side use the historical comparative linguistic method at all. I haven't seen none of y'all draw on any comparisons or even do cognate work. So I'm supposed to accept you saying that someone uses a false, how the hell can you identify a false cognate if you don't even fucking handle linguistic work?
I remember asking Asar that one time, like, how do you like, and he was able to
I don't look at presentations, bro. I read publications, bro. I don't mess with y'all channel. I don't understand how I'm not making sense to you. I don't watch y'all channel. I don't look at nothing y'all do. If you want my attention, publish your work and it can get dealt with. His work is published. Remember, y'all don't have nothing to scrutinize. Nothing. You want someone, do you have, listen, do you think that linguistic, dealing in this field of linguistics, that these scholars and these enthusiasts are going to go look at your video to deal with some linguistic work? No, because I guarantee you're going to make an error. I don't want to go and you tell me to go look at a video and it ain't you. It's a whole group of y'all talking and y'all trying to say, look, this is a false cognate right here. Prove it. Qualify it. What are you using to qualify it? You don't want me going to look at your video, bro. Sean is the wrong person you want looking at your video. It'll be a humiliating thing for me to go look at your video. But if you that solid on your if you that solid in your position, bro, I just publish the work. If you need help publishing it, bro, ain't no bias here. Put together your work. It can get edited. You can source it up in the whole
And
nine
my
yards.
thing was, let's
It can
let's
get
say he publish that shit so he can correct it if that's the case. So and bring it to his attention. I don't understand. Like it's a thing where like people don't want people to do better. Like if he wrong, prove it. Bring it to him. Help him. You know what I'm saying? Get his shit better. But if you gonna bring it to him and he gonna chop it up to pieces, not based on being in his emotions, but basically having the competence to be able to navigate with and tell you, hey,
time out, stop. He said the experts did already.
that's
So
why I don't know.
you didn't do no work. See why I'm confused? So you saying that they took Asar's work and they did it already. Or I'm confused. That's why it's best to not chat or do like you breaking the bill, bro. Look, listen. Can you read to me what this says on the screen? And when he can get his
What
team
about
to put together an article that
What
we
about
can
Africa?
review, then we will deal with that. Please read what's on the screen for me.
What about Africa? About 1,500 languages of Africa where your thing is in a way classified by Greenberg using the mass comparison method into 4 language families. I can't see that
Hold up. What you can't see?
behind your the logo. Now you made that one small.
Man,
The
you
logo
looking
was just in the way. The science was
yeah,
shine
but
logo.
because you trying to look on
I was in the living room watching on TV till you tell me hop on here, kid. I could have seen it, but it's gonna be loud. It made me get up. I was talking. What? Yeah. Okay.
all right, there you go, bro. Read.
Our naive. Then now you got the number in front of it. Tests also reject his conclusion, estimating instead a few hundred language families. Yet Greenberg's classification is generally regarded as a success. However, and this success is qualified for the majority of Africa's best documented language. In log citation, it is noted that there is a documentation problem for less popular languages, and the total number of languages in Africa varies substantially from 2058 by one count to 1441 in another. Moreover, the review argues that there are 19 language families given present knowledge. Also, D. Wren suggested to us that Africa is special because of 2,000 years of Bantu expansion that wiped out many language families. In any case, the situation is more complicated than first supposed. At this time, we merely conclude that language dispersal in Africa does not follow the same model as that for the Americas. Including, the topic provides a source of classroom discussion, debate, and has room for further analysis and experimentation.
Thank you. So, in short, when we're looking at these methods and these models and these arguments, we have to concede the point that Africa does not follow the same model as that for the Americas. So when I kept pounding the desk and saying Africa has agency over African languages, Africans have agency over African languages. The minute that you take someone from Brooklyn, New York, and make them the authority over African languages, and they only knew of Hausa generally, and their method is accepted, and they didn't even use their method, that there's too many flags that come into play. So what are we doing even discussing or asserting these things? Well, I'll tell you why we're discussing and asserting these things. Because of the way it concludes, the topic provides a source for classroom discussion, debate, and has room for further analysis and experimentation.
So what is Asar doing?
The moment that further analysis and experimentation went into effect, Mboli as an example, Asar as an example. Do I gotta go name all of these people?
Nolo and
Yeah, Obanga and all of these different people. When you start naming all these Africans that began to stand up and take back agency over African languages and produce their own language phylums and present them to a mass, people got offended. People got offended. Greenberg saw an opportunity. He said no one else was doing it, so shit, I just went over there and grouped them.
Pretty much. But then really he accepted the Hamito-Semitic and then changed that into that and do some, you know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. That's why I was trying to get to him. It's the same shit that he just accepted. He didn't even put it through no rigor. He just okay, they got this, but okay, we don't like the name, but that it's attached to this, and we're gonna do. You know, that's how they went. It's the same shit. He just like you say, he just grouped them together. Yeah, he took some type of but it ain't been his method is not solid, man. The method he used, and we have a method. That's the main idea. We figured it out. Linguists figured it out. Now, how much of that work is really being done is the question. And who's doing the work? And when they do it, is we shitting on it, telling them, you know, that we ain't even reading it, telling them that it's bullshit, or are we actually reading it, picking it apart? Because I ain't seen that. I would prefer the method that you talking about.
Listen, bro, they keep saying experts. They keep saying experts. They keep saying experts. The experts already did this. The experts already did that. The experts. Well, Joseph H. Greenberg was born in Brooklyn, New York on May 28, 1915. He took his bachelor's degree at Columbia University in 1936 and a PhD at Northwestern University in 1940. At some 14 years teaching at Columbia, he moved in 1962 to Stanford University, where he has been a professor of linguistics and anthropology ever since. Greenberg has been an extremely...
Wait a minute, he said Hoffa's... What language is that?
I'm not looking at the chat.
I can go deep into that.
I'm not looking at the chat. But until they publish work, like write a damn article, I don't give a damn if it show up in a peer review or not. I want to see your argument on paper. Can I get the argument on paper?
That's real though.
Can I get the argument on paper so that I can do my due diligence?
That's for educational purposes, man.
I'm not going to, because when dealing with this subject matter, it's longer than dealing with people with these claims. Your claim, right? I want to see your methodology. I don't give a damn what some he said, she said, person said. I want to see your methodology displayed and demonstrated. I ain't looking at no presentation because y'all don't know how to put them shits together. I knew that back then. There's no method in what y'all doing when y'all present shit. Y'all just going up there. Look,
I watched one of them that they did on old boy, you know, on the Insubidia, and I left my comments on there from the
same shit that Joshua did a long time ago, bro. They ain't improved on it.
Pretty much the same stuff that I be seeing, and it leaves open still a lot of questions. That's why even when they had the discussion, there was a lot of stuff that he couldn't demonstrate, man. From my objective observation, nothing personal. That ain't, you know, he had more questions than answers.
So what is Joseph Greenberg's what is his degrees in?
Not linguistics, but he does have one.
No. No, slow down. Don't just say not and then run off. What is Joseph Greenberg's
Anthropology, huh?
degrees are in?
Anthropology, right?
I'm
Well,
gonna
that
ask
what
you.
you were reading earlier.
I'm gonna ask you again. We know he went to school. We know he graduated. We know he did all of these things. Is his degree in linguistics?
No,
Okay. So his degree is not in linguistics.
nope.
Okay. His degree is elsewhere.
Correct.
Okay. So why do you think? Because he isn't. You already said it. He is an anthropologist, and he specializes. They give him a specialized, so he's not an expert, but they give him a specialty. Why do they give him credence if his expertise is in a different field?
I mean, because he must have, according to them, some type of command over
Mm.
versus other people. I would assume.
Go back to a source that was given to everybody. And this is how I'm rolling. Put your shit on paper, bro. You want to talk to me? I want to read. I want to read. Do this. I want to do this. Cause you gonna tell me that I'm nitpicking when I pull your shit up and I play it back, and then you ain't gonna like the way that I go through your shit. But if I can do this right here, I can read it, and then I can go behind your sources that you're using. I can see how you're using your sources. I can see if you yourself is a plagiarist, or I can see okay, you're arguing this source, and then you're arguing this source, and then did you use this? I want to see all of that. I want to see your steps. I don't want to see no half cock shit where your shit looking like JJ. I'm tired of that. Definition of the comparative method and its history. It is a systemic process of reconstructing the segmental and subrepticimental inventory of an ancestral language from cognitive reflexes in the genetically related daughter languages. On the basis of lexemes in which these reflex segments are embedded, one may also reconstruct morphemes and lexemes. Since Schechler in 1852, it has been the key tool to investigating linguistic prehistory. The textual records for the language are, in most parts of the world, very recent. And even the earliest written records go back only a shallow 5,000 years or so. Thus, if we were entirely dependent on written records, little historical linguistics could be done on many languages, and we would have no clear idea of the interrelationship in the prehistory, even with relatively shallow languages, families, in the Slavic or Germanic. Fortunately, CM, comparative method, allows us to reach a much greater time depths and reconstruct ancestral languages that exist thousands of years before the advent of writing. The historical development of comparative method, it goes on to say. So y'all need to get that off that get that off that video Asar drop and read these things for yourself. This argument can't be had in the chat room. It can't be had. It can't be had in the YouTube stream. It can't be had in the YouTube. Gotta be on paper. Why it's gotta be on paper? Because we need to see the demonstration. Why? Because we know people take shortcuts, and in taking the shortcuts, they're going to not provide us everything that we need. So if it's on paper, we get the full argument. Show me the false cognates.
It helps, like how
Watch
you
this
doing
word
it.
right here. Watch this word right here. Let me go to Google real quick. Watch this. Watch this.
What are you looking for? Look, it helps make the person that you challenging better. Like I don't like let them if that's how you feel like they wrong, and you got the proof that they can have to concede to, document it so they can be better. Well, I don't know why we want to stay stagnant or we want to keep people.
What are false cognates? A word in one language that is similar in
Man,
has a different meaning and is not etymologically related. For example, Spanish burro, donkey, and Italian burro, butter, are false cognates. So, I'm going to give everybody an example of a false cognate so you can say, all right, let me see if what they're saying is actual factual. What was the example for the false cognate that was given? Let's see if it was even in the chat. It's not in the chat. All right, moving on. Okay, now the second definition. Loosely, a word in one language that is similar in form or sound to a word in another language but has a different meaning and may or may not be etymologically related. A false friend. Here's a quiz. Which of the following nouns has an irregular plural form? A cactus, wallet, goat, or party? What's the answer? Then he hides when I ask him for the answer. Goes on. Now, origin of false cognates first recorded in 1930-35. Words often confused with false cognates. So we all know what a false cognate is, ladies and gentlemen. He accuses Asar of having false cognates in there. And he says that they did a whole video on it. And I'm not listening to them no more because the last time they did a video on something, it wasn't it was a waste of my time. Pull his false cognates out.
But then even still, let's say
how many false cognates did he have?
I don't know what I'm saying. Like this man got buku books, man. Buku sound correspondence charts. So even if you are able to help disqualify some and help him out, it's still a whole bunch more.
But hold on. That a false cognate doesn't disqualify the work. A false cognate doesn't disqualify a work.
Especially how you just said that was singular. that would be one mistake that you talking about. And this man got how many pages in his books, man?
A false cognate doesn't disqualify.
I can't go on faulty logic. I can't discredit the man because let's say you did. Like I said, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm not even gonna say you being a hater or nothing like that. I'm gonna say, okay, you did, but like, what?
He said,
like, how are you trying to help the situation? Or are you just being a hater? Or you feel like he not gonna listen to you? He gonna take a condescending? Because I would think he from what he said, he's open to, you know what I'm saying, all type of critique. If it's, you know what I'm saying, meritable, you gotta make sure you don't jump out the window because he'll do you like he did to y'all homeboy. You know what I'm saying? That was embarrassing to me what I seen when they had that discussion. But that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? That's what I see. So I'm not really interested in watching no video either from y'all. To be honest, I would, like you said, I prefer to work.
Oh, Tony, you ain't shit, Tony. Tony, you ain't, yo, Tony. Told it. Look what Tony said in the chat.
Seen it. I seen it. Busting shots out.
Speaking of falsifying stuff, did you see Smash say Kemet wasn't used for the whole nation, just the fertile part, meaning riparian? Oh. Bruh. Bruh.
You gave him the answer though, man. Then you gave it's once again you put the sources in the chat again.
Mm-hmm.
So you put the sources in the chat again as always. So people should be able to, you know.
I put some extra stuff in there too.
Oh well, they should. Most stuff to take and edify yourself, man. You don't have to sit back and just keep on the expert. You can read these books, man. These books do not say experts only. You know what I'm saying? Not for regular persons. Don't read this because you not you you short yourself, man. When you know what I'm saying, you short your own competence. Like you can't understand these things just because this person has a degree and he did 10. That don't mean that you can't understand. That don't mean that you can't comprehend what he's saying. That don't mean that you too can't at some point participate in any form of fashion.
That man came up with false cognitive, bro. That was funny.
Him and Bowley said, I know damn. I think they said they translated the book. I don't know. Like I said, I don't pretty much keep up with them at all.
You telling me it took 6 years to translate a book? He wasn't Gullah was not Team Osiris. Gullah's like a new addition. I don't know how long he's been with them. I'm not saying it like that, Gullah. I don't know how long you've been with them, but this argument precedes you in age. This 2014, you wasn't around. I mean, you probably was around, but you wasn't in the argument from the birth up until to this point. I'm trying to make sure that is there. All right. I'm the first member, bro. I created the argument. No, you're not the first member, and you didn't create the argument. There was no Team Osiris when the argument was created. So, Gullah, you was a member of the Armor Rock Squad? Mysterious. I'm sorry. Apparently, you don't know much. Okay. So when we go look at the original Armor Rock Squad, you was a member of the Armor Rock Squad. Gullah, you was a member of the original Armor Rock Squad.
I'm saying
these dudes. No. Listen. Hold on. Mysterious. Apparently, you don't know how far back I go. The argument started in the Armor Rock Squad chat. Gullah was not in that chat. The associated members weren't none of them Gullah. It was in Gozi. It was in Gozi, and at the time it was Netanel arguing with Asar Imhotep. He said, "Yeah, no. Listen, Gullah. Gullah says I knew Unc before you. Gullah, You was not a member of the Armored Rock Squad. You never been a member of the Armored Rock Squad. You was not in a back chat during this argument, though.
Is he talking about the genetics part, or is he talking about the, like, I'm confused. I need clarification on as to what he's saying, what argument that he started.
The whole Greenberg, remember, this conversation was a private conversation or argument. It spilled over into the Facebook group and and YouTube, kind of like almost simultaneously but separate. And this was before pretty much 2015. It's like 2014-ish is when it spiraled up. Team Osiris was still a part of, was really just being formed. And this distinction around 2015, if I'm not mistaken, was the Team Osiris origin. 2015 is the Team Osiris origin. And then the split came afterwards. Like afterwards, it was like a lot of argument. But one of the main arguments was this. Ngozi had 5 years to propose his argument and debate Asar on the subject matter, and he never took the debate. He kept on saying that he needed to translate Mboli's work. Even after a 5-year period, he still needed to translate Mboli's work. So,
bro, why is this nigga talking about the book being in English? Who cares whether the book is in English or not? It's 2022 right now, bro. Like, to still be trying to harp on you can't translate some shit that you could either type the fuck up if you really just wanted to read the shit. You could type it up and then translate the shit using your, like, it's a lot of, you could find somebody that knows French and ask them to do the shit. Listen, it's where there's a will, there's a way.
Gullah, I said around 2014, bro. I said around 2014. It could have been November 2013. But in 2014, the argument was heated at that point. That's when it got heated. So you could have said something in 2013. I ain't even negating that. But you wasn't a member of the Armored Rock Squad.
Even with that, fam, the fam publish some work so we could like advance the conversation instead of going back and forth on fucking YouTube videos and shit, bro.
It's not going to get advanced.
I don't care whether you was around. I don't care whether he was around. I care about the information. I care about actually learning on the topic. You feel me?
Not going to write shit. If he telling, listen, bro, it is 2022. So you telling me that you've been a part of an argument or starting an argument 9 years ago and you ain't done no work on it, nigga? 9 years ago. You bragging about how long you know Unc. So you know Unc for 9 years. You know Unc. Or you've been a part of this argument for 9 years and you ain't got no fucking work on it, bro. No comparative linguistic work on the subject matter. Nothing to forward our people. Now hold on, let me get this out. So you ain't done shit to advance the nothing in the community for 9 years. You've been sitting in the same argument for 9 years, and we ain't got shit.
Come on, bro. That's you know what I'm saying? Like, damn. You gotta do better.
9 years, you sound like Reggie. 36 years.
Don't throw the homie in the Reggie boat, man.
Hey, come on, bro.
Nah, but real talk though, yeah, like that'd be my thing. Talking about we late, y'all late, y'all.
Hold on, Chavis. Hold on, I gotta say this.
Go ahead.
You had 9 years to put together an argument to debate Asar on, and you ain't done it yet. 9 years. 9. And you keep rehashing it every year. Every new year, you try to find a new way to bring back up this whole Greenberg shit and argue 9 years and you ain't produced shit? You this passionate about a subject matter and you ain't produced shit. Listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. I ain't trying to disrespect you or nothing like that. I need you to understand what I'm saying. If I'm that passionate about something, I would have been wrote on the subject matter. I would have been presented the way I needed to present it to get the attention of Asar. It wasn't you that had a conversation with Asar. It was Joshua Kane. It wasn't you. It was Joshua. So I ain't listening to the mumbo jumbo or how far you want to go back and piss. That's irrelevant to me. You've been arguing something for 9 years and you ain't putting no pen to paper? And you ain't presented your argument scholastically to be respected?
That's
You've been a
disappointing.
keyboard killer for 9 years, my nigga?
It's very disappointing, bro. Whatever. Like, if you got it like that, like, you really could just outshine
He
how
said,
many things.
look, bro, you can call me whatever name you want to call me. Listen, you can call me whatever name you want to call me. At the end of the day, I ain't built like you. We cut from two different cloths, and if it's up, it's up. And I'm putting it like that. Like you ain't even gotta say it. If it's there, if it's smoke, it's smoke. You ain't even gotta say it, bro. You in your feelings because 9 years, nigga, you ain't produced nothing. What the fuck is you doing?
All in,
Do this
y'all
passionate about
believe
it.
this? Man.
You in every chat. You in every chat regarding linguistics or languages and things of that nature, and you ain't grew enough nuts to challenge Asar on his work.
Man, I'm still gonna get some of that lemonade from you, Gullah, but I don't agree with you nowhere on this topic at all based on what I know, and I'm just leaving it at that, kid, because I ain't finna be going like we getting too much in the chat now. Like, yo, we want to have feedback with this shit. Like, now we dealing with the niggas that ain't really doing like nothing to advance the conversation, and we being called soup. Or you believe some shit? Like, y'all niggas ain't even really fully grasped the whole
You ride with
argument.
somebody.
I
And
know
you don't know if
niggas
the
ain't
truth or
read no
lies.
book. I know everything
Yeah.
I'm talking about is based on information. It don't have nothing to do with being in no cult. Like, information is information, and there are schools of thought in every goddamn field of every, you know what I'm saying? Anything that we talking about, there's specific schools of thought. So I don't, this cult talk, that's a cop out to me, because that's somebody that threw that gun. You a civilian out here, so I'm not even much gonna, you know what I'm saying? We intellectual gunslingers out here. I'm gonna let you make it because you threw your gun. I ain't even gonna mind. I'm not minding nobody that's throwing their gun talking crazy.
9 years, and you this passionate about something, and we ain't got nothing from you, bro. Respect that. You can call me goofy. You can whatever you want to call me. I don't even care. I don't believe none of y'all. I don't believe none of y'all. What I'm gonna go source. I'm gonna go source a Gullah Geechee comment. I'm writing a scholastic paper, and I'm going to source a Gullah Geechee comment from 2013 as my argument, with no way to scrutinize or qualify his comment. Oh, I'm riding with him on this one. How are you going to qualify his comment? What evidence do you have? You have an opinion in a chat. You have an emotion in a chat. That's why I said the conversation ain't had on YouTube. It's in the paper. It's in the paper. One person writing, the other one just want to write but don't know where to write or how to write. Let me go back to that comment. What it say? I'm not a goofy like you. I really used to be outside.
Yeah, I don't even know what they had to do
Where the fuck do you think I come from? Where the fuck do you think I come from? What do you think I was in the house, nigga?
You got a whole book talking about your life, huh? 'Cause I got it. So I ain't, from what I read, nah, homie wasn't in the house. Nah, you can prove that he was lying.
I ain't never been in the house. I ain't
Nah,
never
you
been
can
in the
prove that he
house.
was lying. That would be a whole different story. You know what I'm saying? That would
I ain't,
substantiate your claim. But right now,
I ain't never been
that
in the
sounded
house.
like
I'm Lil
a
Sean from
suggestion,
out south.
a
I'm
search
Lil
that
Sean
he
from
made.
out south. My mama cut throat. I'm Lil Sean from out south. In the middle of the projects in the big field where it was going down. Come on, man. When I jumped off the porch, I jumped off the porch fighting everybody bigger than me because that's what I grew up around. You can't play with me like that, bro. I don't. You can
All
say
that
whatever
shit
you
be
want to say.
irrelevant,
You
kid.
can say,
Real
yeah.
talk.
You can say whatever you want to say because it's funny to me. You can say whatever you want to say.
All that shit irrelevant, though,
But
kid.
guess
Real
what? Guess what? You saying all of that, and your ass done spend 9 years arguing the same shit, and we still ain't got no work to advance the subject matter. Despite all the shit you want to talk or say in the chat or whatever your feelings project, you still ain't done shit. 9 years. You said you started this whole argument and you ain't presented not one piece of argumentation evidence on the subject matter. You're a comment dude.
Oh
There's
my
no
god.
we can't go find look, if we Google your name, we don't find nothing.
Man, we move on from that.
There's no in this community, the way people was doing debates in the 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018 era, the way people was doing debates in this era, we don't see you and Asar debating. We don't see you writing a article. We don't see no blog. We don't see no written work on the subject matter from you at all. But you're telling me in the chat that you've been 9 years this passionate on a subject matter and we ain't got shit from you. I don't need to ask anything. I would be damned if I spent 9 years of my life trying to argue one topic and don't produce nothing. If you got the work and Ngozi was using you as the source, then why the hell you ain't making it known, bro? What are we doing? For real. What are we doing? Are we just gonna talk shit for 30 years? 10 years on the same subject matter? Man, I started that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I threw the rock. Well, at least you admitted to throwing a rock and then hiding your hands for other people to argue it, i.e. Ngozi. We appreciate you throwing the rock and then hiding your hands. But that's not how scholarship works. And then the experts say, so you don't know how to qualify expert or disqualify expert or know their methodology on how they arrived at their conclusion after 9 years. Since you injected Greenberg in this whole thing, you just omitted his methodological flaws and why there's issues with his method and that he used something different to substantiate African languages. You just failed to bring out all the actual points. Other people had to bring them out.
They trying to get you back. People that's paying attention trying to get you back on top, kid. People that came here to learn, kid.
My bad, y'all. We back. I don't give a fuck where you from. I got people in St. Louis. I don't care where you from. Fuck out of here. It's a hood everywhere.
But fam, talking about the whole genetics and the language is not, man. Okay, English is related to Indian languages. Is there some type of motherfucking genetic migration that substantiate that? Probably not, but does not change the fact that shit is related. Like, you're talking about two different things. Yeah, y'all gotta stop mixing this shit up. One is genetics and the other one is languages. How that shit happens?
Yeah, it's not the same. So the topic of the show is, can Asar Imhotep's linguistic work be falsified? The answer is, if you know how to utilize the method, the tools to falsify anyone's work, it can stand the scrutiny of falsification. If it survives the falsification, then you have to accept the work as solid work. Now, if it can't survive the falsification, the parts that survive and the parts that don't survive, the parts that don't survive, they need correction and update. How do you do that? You have to know, you have to be familiar with the method, the historical linguistic method. It provides you a pathway to be able to answer those questions or attack those claims honestly. Someone gives you, all right, if someone teaches you how to drive and you're not paying attention to what they're telling you in the
Said Native
demonstration.
American. I said English, bro. The English language. Why would he even bring up Native Americans? I said English. So why are you talking to us about Native Americans and their trek to Siberia? That don't, people don't listen, bro. This nigga. My bad,
Okay.
bro. You're not listening.
If someone is teaching you how to drive a car and you're not paying attention, when they get out and you get in the driver's seat and you just hit the gas and you don't know what a brake is, or you don't know how to put it in drive, and none of that stuff, the engine just revved up, the person is going to be looking at you like, what did I tell you to do? So there's a method, right? If Chavis, if I'm driving my car and then we're out drinking and I just get sloppy and you got to take me back to my hotel room, what's the first thing you're going to do when you get in my car?
What I'm gonna do, I get in the car. But when I put
What's,
you in there, put
huh?
seatbelt on. Make sure you got
Are you
gas.
going to check the mirrors? Are you going to fix the seat? What are you going to do?
You gotta fix the seat. Gotta fix me. I gotta get it to my comfort. You know what I'm saying? Before I just take off in it. But make sure you got gas. Hold on, I don't know what
Okay.
these kids do. Hold on.
All right, cool, no problem. So basically, he's going to make sure that the car is comfortable enough for him to pull off in it before he just get it and it just pull off. It's a method to that. If I asked a person to hey, can you iron my shirt? And there's a method to it. You just don't put the iron down there and just leave it right there and think it's gonna iron itself. It's a method to it. Everything has a method to it. If I asked you if you cooking some work on the stove, not the microwave, even in the microwave, it's a method to it. You boiling, you saucing it up, you stirring, you hitting it with the you whipping it up, you drop it, you wait on it to formulate, cook down, formulate, you swirl it, you pull it up out there, yank, hit it with them ice, little water, your wrist work is done. My whole thing is it's a method to everything. If you don't know the method, how can you qualify or disqualify the work? You ain't read it. You already admitted that you ain't read the work. We know this because the way you ask your questions. So how do you disqualify something you ain't read? You just opinionated. You arguing to argue. So my point is, the topic is, can Asar Imhotep's linguistic work be falsified? The answer is, it can stand the scrutiny. If we find errors in his work, he has to correct the errors. That has to be produced and omitted. But if you can't find the errors, then you're arguing from ignorance because he's going to little boy you like he did Joshua on that show.
Yep. But just for fam, this dude, this Vizio, bro, I said India. This other dude talking about you have to be knowledgeable enough in linguistics to
I'm about
apply
to
that
get
method.
cool off.
The drug and now that's the whole point of what we saying. You gotta have competence. We not doing nothing but advocating gain of command and to gain some competence. What's up?
Rusty, you're absolutely, listen, first of all, you don't read the definition of historical comparative method. That doesn't mean you have competency in that. You have to not only know the definition, but you have to know the steps that are applied in utilizing the comparative historical linguistic method. You have to know the steps and how to use each step. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6, step 7. You have to know each step and how to utilize each one along the way. So absolutely, a definition ain't gonna tell you how to do something. Hell no, it ain't. I agree with you. But what I'm what I'm saying here is the steps was presented to people. The course was taught to people. Even a crash course was proposed and taught to people.
Say nobody got that competence based on what how can he qualify that? How do you know what books
Who don't have competence? He
said nobody in here. What he said is let me go back. I know I ain't tripping. He said nobody in here has that competence to be co-signing Asar either. Based on what evidence, sir? Because I read that. I got all this. I read them books. I went behind them. So I don't. Really, somebody gonna talk about my competence. You gonna have to demonstrate, player. I'm tripping. Just coming along here, throwing assertions.
Don't project your ignorance on me. Because you may not know how to do something doesn't mean that I may not know how, or may not know how to do something.
Look, we pulling the books up. We don't want to pull it. We giving y'all the keys, man. We're giving y'all the blueprint. Why would somebody imply that we don't have the competence and we literally giving you the blueprint right here? That's crazy, man. Talking about cut it out now, player. You cut that out, man. On in here tripping like that. We're trying to educate the people and edify them. If you don't like that, go find somewhere else, bro. That's all we do. We got sources up in here. Take the sources, learn something, and go on about your business. That's all. Let me get off here because I got to roll me something up. He about to mess with my nerves.
No. But hold on. I want to, because Tony is. And he does this a lot, but Tony, he's on his other page, Macaroni Tony. He's doing a good job of doing this. All right. Tony caught the error or the omission. When Tony caught the omission, Tony stood on it, and he's still telling you in the chat. He's telling y'all that okay, he finally heard someone make the omission. Appreciate that, Gullah. Appreciate that.
You're right. Throwing books and sources don't mean nothing, but reading them hoes.
I'll be an Afrocentric, whatever you want me to be. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be Afrocentric, pro-black, whatever you want me to be. I'll be all that, bro. Whatever you want me to be.
Thanks for your opinion. Thanks for stopping by and watching.
I'll be all that. Hold on, Joe. Golly, man. Just because you are incompetent in a subject matter does not make other people incompetent. There's tools that have been provided to us. The work is there. There's books that I've included in the description of this video to help people build their knowledge base. There's things that are being.
Damn, just came up in here talking about what he seen. You ain't even been here since the beginning of the goddamn video. Right. Come on with this lucky person, man. We seen everybody came in. We seen how many we watching. We seen when we start talking shit, how many people start falling in. So come on, kid. Stop acting like you was sitting up in here and you really watched the whole video.
Yeah, I
What up,
just don't.
Wudjua?
I don't get. I don't get. If you said you started an argument 9 years ago, I still don't get that. How you don't have nothing to do with it. That don't make sense to me. What's up, Woo? We
Peace, gang.
start. Yeah. We hear you.
Yeah, I'm just tuning in, man. I said Sean done started some trouble, boy.
Yeah,
Uh, trouble is your nickname.
it is. It is. Well, I'm pointing out the obvious. You know,
Nah, I know, but people say that and play, but then they try to be serious, trouble start or whatever. But yeah, I just tuned in, so I saw the title, and I see y'all have been going in for 2 hours, so I'm just catching up. I just wondered if the panel link was open. Because when I tuned in, I'm looking at the chat and I see that I'm trying to see the a couple of the arguments and whatnot. So I don't know. So I'm gonna lay back and just try to catch up on what y'all talking about.
well, okay. So we started off with can Asar Imhotep's linguistic work be falsified? There's this assertion that his work can't be, therefore it is pseudo, and only he has a particular method in substantiating his work. That's the assertion. So we started there, and then providing some definitions of the comparative historical linguistic method, and also some supportive work in the lane of what these books, textbooks, are saying in regard to some stuff. And I even inserted, some things that Greenberg in his interview with Paul Newman, what he said basically in that, and then just showing what the historical comparative method is. I pulled up, I put a book in there, a book reference in there about corpus linguistics. We talked about the historical method and Mark Hale's work, and also I went back and read the in context the source that you had yesterday on the screen, what regarding what is Dimmendaal? Why come I can't say his name right now? Dimmendaal. What he says in chapter 3 of his book in reference to the whole Greenberg thing. Now, also provided the West Comparative Method, which is a book that was provided to people to understand what this method is, how the method is, and the steps, and then the comparative comp sheet that was also provided that goes a little bit more in depth about what the comparative method is that Asar did during his crash course. So people have contention. Well, there was a contentious question in the chat regarding what name was used. Was it Roche? Paul? Hold up.
What are you talking about?
I'm going back up to the point to where came in and said, look at old boy's work, and saying that Asar's work had issues in it because of cognates. And he said Asar had cognates in his work, and they demonstrated this in a video that they done on their channel. And I was like, well, I'm not watching the video. I want to see your work. You show your work so I could read it, and your argument so I could read it. And we go back and forth. We exchange words in that regard. And he talked about how long he'd been in this argument. He's saying that he originated this argument back in 2013 or whatever the case may be. And so for 9 passionate years, he hasn't produced any work in regard to advancing this subject matter and trying to correct anything and move the topic forward.
Well, that's interesting. But just hearing what you were saying, um, Asar's work not being well, you know, when you first said the assertion is that it can't be falsified and therefore is pseudo. That in itself that sounds weird because in order to falsify, well, in his work in particular, his assertions and proposals and claims, how you would falsify is by using the historical comparative method. So it is falsifiable, but has it been falsified is a different question. But it is falsifiable, and so by that definition, by anything being falsifiable, it kind of removes itself from being pseudo. It's not like trying to debate God and whatnot, where you can't falsify anything. So I don't get that. That's weird to me. Whoever made those assertions, and like I said to you yesterday, you know, it's really over the years, and it's just my personal observation. And this goes for the entire YouTube streets, the entire so-called conscious community, all the cliques, aka teams and groups or whatever squads. If you notice, every now and then it's like waves of disagreement and opposition that just come and go, like a beach, like a surfer just waiting for waves to come on and then ride the wave. And so um when you see all that turbulence in the water and you look at it and you see what's been consistent, um a lot of things that myself, Asar, and Sanjeti have said or been involved with have been pretty much consistent, whereas things around um those things seem to be whichever way the wind blows and stuff. And so these arguments come and go, like the whole Afro-Asiatic thing being resurrected again. Like nobody was talking about that until like it just popped up again recently. Even the Egyptians being black or not and all that kind of stuff. These things die down and then they pop back up. But the point I'm making is every time it does, it's it's like just people just jumping on the bandwagon to disagree with Asar, Sanjeti, or myself. And I'm only saying our three names because I'm the one from my perspective. I can't speak for other people or what's.
Gotcha. All right, so let me ask you a question.
Can you hear me? Was I
Yeah,
cut off?
yeah. I think you cut off. I didn't know if you were still talking, but I can hear you now.
Okay, so let me just say what I said again because I want to make sure people understand this because I know this YouTube stuff is archived. But I only mentioned my name, myself, Asar, and Sanjeti, not because we're anything special or I think that we're anything special at all or anything like that. It's just from my experience and because I can speak for myself and my experiences, this is what I see. But I do know that there's a whole bunch of things going on, a whole bunch of other arguments and that involve other people. But on these different subject matters, like I said, these things come and go, and when they
You broke up again, Woo.
Man, he's still breaking up.
Yeah, you broke up again. He must be on. Yeah, you moving the groove. It's
I
got
put
to
a
be.
come
link in
and
there for introduction to cognates. So
You broke up, Woo.
you know what I'm saying.
Hold on, Jay. Wudjua, Wudjua, are you speaking? You broke up. Go ahead. What you put in the link?
I put that in the chat. It's how to identify true and false cognates. It's for students. So I don't understand why someone would think it's so difficult to solve problems. I'm not sure. Like all you gotta do is think critically. And
All right, I'm back now.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just say this because I want this to be crystal clear, and I guess my internet was choking up a little bit or something. I don't know, but so I don't know what was heard or not. So I'm just going to repeat myself because I want to make sure people understand this. Is that these arguments, because I don't know what people heard, but these arguments resurface from time to time over the years that I've been you know involved and stuff like that. Ever since 2009 for me. And they resurface, they die out, they resurface, die out, resurface, die out. And what's been consistent when that happens is the disagreement that people have between myself, Asar, and the brother Sanjeti. It seems like whenever the disagreement happens, us three find ourselves on one side, and then whoever's arguing, and those faces will change. It could be whole teams, it could be single people or whatever, but it's like it's always an opposition to us three. And so, but again, I'm not saying myself, Asar, and Sanjeti as if we're anything special at all. But on these different topics that we're involved with, it seems like people just disagree just to disagree. Because I see people disagree with things, but they don't even know enough to even know why they disagree. And that's why there's a lot of emphasis on overly stressing consensus, overly stressing experts, overly expressing authority and this and that. Who has a PhD? Who doesn't? That's why those things come up, is because these people who are doing all the talking, they actually don't even do this kind of work. They don't even have the foundation laid to even know if somebody is correct or incorrect, or to be able to discern between two opposing experts that they may cite. So it's really just a real bad way of people learning through combat. Because some people can't learn just the sake of learning. They can't just come up under somebody's wing and be like, hey, yo, can you share some information and I'll check it out and whatever. People gotta fight you, figuratively fight you, in order to learn. And that way they can keep their egos intact and their manhood intact. So they have to fight instead of just humbling out and be like, all right, let me walk with you. Let me study under you because you have tenure in this. You've been doing this longer than me. Won't you show me what you got? And then let me run with that. See, people don't favor that style. They favor the style of Mortal Kombat. Fight round one, and then everybody just want to argue and fuss and fight. And so people come to the conversation on 10 instead of starting off at 1 and whatnot. So that's what I see and everything. So the whole thing about the recent, I don't even know how it came back up, but the whole thing about the Afro-Asiatic thing, after all these years, people still don't get it. People still don't understand what is at first. And what's crazy is back in 2013, 2014, people, when we were saying that the Afro-Asiatic, that there's problems with Afro-Asiatic, people first assumed that we were talking about the name Afro-Asiatic, because that's all people talk about. Yeah, it was called Hamido-Semitic, but Afro-Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic, blah, blah, blah. And the people thought that we were talking about the name. It's like, man, the name matters not. The name could be Oogla Boogla or whatever. None of that stuff matters. So then we had to break that down and show, even back then, that the grouping, the criteria for grouping these languages together was based on a method that does not result in the expression of genetic relationships, linguistic genetic relationships. And then the moment that you mentioned genetic, then people went ham speaking about biological genetics, biogenetics, when it's totally different. So people got confused on that. They're like, genetic, what you mean? So then people bring in DNA, haplogroups, and stuff like that, as if that matters in these things. And so we had to break all that stuff down. And so then years transpired, then the whole thing with the, people debating on, then then the introduction of Mboli and stuff. Remember, Mboli was introduced around that same time, 2014. And then people who didn't read Mboli's work, same thing, because of the default setting of being in disagreement and combative. People are like, oh, Mboli is pseudo. Never read his book. Mboli is pseudo. He's fringe. Nobody cites him. He's a nobody. Never read his book. And if they could read his book, they don't even know how they don't even know how to evaluate his work. So people are waiting on other people to critique his work. So people are looking, people are waiting, people are looking. That's why I say, who cites him? Because people, the moment you say somebody cite him, they're gonna see, they're gonna go look. I don't care. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, if there's a popular linguist that does a critique on Mboli's work or cites Mboli's work, and that linguist produces something and it costs $2,000, people are gonna buy it. That's how pressed people are to find out who is going to critique Mboli, who can do it. That's why people are waiting. And in the meantime, all this stuff is being talked about, and nobody's actually learning the skills in order to do these things themselves after all these years. Like, it's been so many years that passed by, people could have got a degree in linguistics.
Man, Gullah said he spent 9 years on the subject matter. That's that's a bachelor's and a master's.
Yeah. So no, it is. I mean, but that goes for any topic. See, I don't want to just pick on any one thing. Like, anybody who stretches back to like, for me, I'll use me. I'll use myself for example. I think I signed up on Facebook 2009 and 2010, 2009. And so that's 12 years ago. So in 12 years time, all the time I spent on Facebook posting, arguing, or sharing, or whatever the case is, those man hours, I could have had the equivalent of an undergrad degree in something. And even I mean, if I'd have went hard, I would have had a doctorate, because in 12 years is enough time to go all the way through, receive a doctorate and everything. So people are spending man hours online fussing and fighting, microwaving stuff. And that's why I say the conscious community is detrimental, because that's what it's become. And so people are wasting time arguing things that they are not competent enough in to argue. And it's sad. It's sad because, for me, my experience is frustrating, because people be wrong. You got two things going. People will ask you a question and they don't know enough to even know if your answer is correct. That's one thing that goes on a lot. Then on the other side, people will be wrong and they don't know enough about the subject matter to know that they're wrong when you point it out. And so in both of those scenarios I just mentioned, the solution to that is people gotta slow their roll and learn. And then people got to be able to teach. But there's people who are willing to teach, but then people got to be willing to be taught. And that's where the combativeness doesn't allow. The ego and the combativeness, I got to disagree and whatnot, and this and that. So it doesn't allow. So, like, for example, Asar Imhotep offered free crash courses on the historical comparative linguistic method.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because people are in disagreement with Asar and have publicly built that up, they can't appear to be taught by Asar Imhotep. Imagine somebody who is known to argue against Asar all of a sudden takes one of Asar's free crash courses on historical comparative linguistics. That would look funny, right? So that's why nobody's going to do that, and that's sad. So that's my point, is that people are willing to teach, and in my case, people who be messing up the glyphs and messing up the Egyptian language and grammar and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, listen, I will help you out for free. I will teach you and walk you through this slow, but they can't, because they set themselves up as to be my opponent, like they do with Asar, like they do with Sanjeti and others. But I'm just mentioning us three because these subjects deal with that. So that's what happens a lot. And so when I hear people make these assertions and stuff like that, that's why I say that it's all goofy and weird to me. It really is. And the older I get, the more I value my time. And so I'm just dealing with people's teachers. Like, I don't even deal with people who don't know nothing from nothing. I'm telling people to bring their teachers, or just humble out, be willing to learn, or let's walk together. But people who try to be adversarial and opposition, I'm like, man, just bring your teachers. I really don't have time. So that's where I'm at with it. Like, people need to bring their teachers at this point.
Tony.
Yep.
Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get Tony on here.
Oh, what happened to Chavis?
Oh, he fell out. He'll be back. I'm trying to see if I can get Tony on, because he was trying to explain, I believe, a confession in an argument, and I want to make sure that I actually probably need to watch it, but I want to see what he was saying, because he was making.
Oh, I'm looking at the chat, and I see I can scroll back. I see Vision the Elohim. I'm trying to get a gist of what they're saying.
Oh,
He said, who the top African linguistic, and does they agree with anything Asar say? Okay, he says, who's the top African linguist, and do they agree with anything Asar say? The answer, well, yeah, I don't know. So I ain't trying to answer hog your microphone, Sean.
No, you can answer if you want.
Okay. Yeah, well, the top African linguist, like, how would you how would a person rate who's the top and who's not? Like, how is that done? Like, that would be curious to me. Like, how do you rate African linguists? Is it by the number of publications? Is it by the strength of their arguments? Because I don't think people have a right, like, perception of all these different things. But just to answer it in general, there are a few African linguists, not just one, that agree with Asar Imhotep's work, Mboli being one. So Mboli stands out because Mboli, in his 2010 work, did something that was not done before. and people have to understand what that is, and to be able to appreciate it. But first, they have to understand the historical comparative method and why it's used, why it's a method in the first place, and what is the method used for? What is the outcome of using the method? Like, when you throw your clothes in the washing machine and you pour some detergent on there, the outcome that you expect is clean clothes. Well, if you use the historical comparative method, the outcome is blank, blank, blank. So people got to understand, what is the method used for, and what does it produce? What is it good for? What does it inform us of, and things like that. And so this is what people have to understand, and to be able to appreciate Mboli's work. But Mboli agrees with Asar's many of Asar's arguments. and things, and they volley back and forth as well. Mboli conceding to Asar conceding to Mboli on different points. So it's not like, I don't know, the conscious community think it there's an assumption that things are like black or white, this or that, this or that instead of this and that. So scholarship is done. It's a give and take on both sides.
Okay. So I don't know what he's referring to by the electrician, but anyway, this conversation today, in regards to Chavis is back. Can Asar's work be falsified? We pretty much answered it, but to support it, we wanted to give that body of information to be able to show the supporting of that. And I think, we keep saying this over and over. If you don't know how to disqualify something or qualify something, you got to get some level of competency in the subject matter to deal with it. And ultimately, that's the argument. Wudjua just fell out. But if we're unable to honestly do that for ourselves, then you're left to chance it, and you're left to say, who is this or who is that, or what is this or what is that, and that'll never be the actual case for being able to answer anything in regard to the subject matter. So I'm waiting on Tony to send me something, because he's gonna send me something, and I want to deal with it. It's too many handicapped people in this conversation. Ultimately,
Dude say electrician. Wow. So because he electrician, that means that he's not capable of other stuff, or like that shit kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Limiting people and shit. That they just to your particular like shortcomings that you apply that to other people. I gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah, we hear you now.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure. My internet is definitely got some hiccups going on. So yeah, I mean, I see you've been on for over 2 hours, right? But I'm just saying, I just want people to understand, like really, it just boils down to show the work. Just show the work. Like, people don't have to wait to write a whole book. Even if people want to put it in a paper format, an article, or whatever the case is, just show the work, because a lot of people are just talking about different things, and it becomes like a gossip circle, and entertaining, and it's like occupying people's attention and minds. It's just some people into that, and if that's what floats people boat, then hey, sail on. But when the rubber hits the road, it's about the work. It's about showing the work. So Asar, Mboli, or whatever the case is, a lot of people that talk about Mboli's work, they're not qualified to say what they're saying. So it's just talk. It really is. It really is. And that's why, I don't blame these people. That's why, scholars, that's why they're not accessible like that. You can't be, because you won't get anything done if you had to listen to everybody in the peanut gallery talking not qualified. And what's crazy is, because of that, and when that happens, people look at them as being bougie or stuck up, or thinking that they're better than, because when they do open their mouth, things come off condescending, or you talking down on whatever the case is. And it don't even be like that. It's just a matter of the reality of, okay, listen, if you want to argue with me on this subject matter, you first have to become proficient and competent in the subject matter. It's just that simple. If you're not, then I will be wasting my time, because I'll have to simultaneously teach you while I'm showing you how wrong you are or how right I am. That's coming from a scholar's perspective who does whatever work, you know. Um, and that's just real. So people got to just be honest and be fair with everybody and be respectful of people's time and things like that, you know. So and the thing is, I'm looking back at the comment. I was trying to address. I don't know where I got cut off, but visual Elohim. Um, in order to understand this whole argument, people really just have to go back. I mean, all this stuff has been explained in videos. Like if people go to Asar's channel, and unfortunately, the old Amara Squad channel has been taken down.
Yes.
You know,
That's
and
hurt. That hurt.
yeah, that was a lot of good. And I see Asar must be in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Boli is a scientist. Yeah, he's a scientist, and see that's the thing. Science comes with a mentality, and a very procedural like uh mentality and how you solve problems. You know, a lot of scientists in the various different fields of science, they have that substrate of that common problem solving mentality. People who are focused on math and science. Math is the domain of logic and everything associated with logic, reasoning, and things. And science is a domain of evidence, and experimentations and things. And so with those two things combined, and if people are heavily focused on those two, those type of people are better problem solvers. They're very procedural. And things like that just by default because of those different areas. And so, and Bowley being a scientist would it helps out the whole procedure because remember historical comparative linguistics is mathematical. To do this, it's like math. And um and so you had to be proficient in logic and logic tables and math, if this then this. You have to be able to eliminate, go through processes of elimination. And so like my background is in computer science. I've been in computer science ever since junior high school. My first programming language that I learned officially was Pascal. So I go back to Pascal, like officially being taught Pascal, and then from Pascal to C, C++, Visual C, then the whole SQL and all the database driven things, and then so on and so forth. Um, and so as a computer programmer and in computer science, you and then having math or science background or whatever the case is, you see things in a very logical flow, connective way and reasoning things out. And you're able to think abstractly and being able to substitute. You understand the symbols and reality relationship. You know how a symbol could stand in for something else. And in computer program, we call those.
Mm-hmm. You broke up.
He broke up. Yeah, I'm about to say. So he's explaining how they background in computer science assists in understanding linguistic.
Linguistic.
Boy, I don't know what's going on with my Can
Yeah.
y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear you now. But you were
Oh,
summing up
well, I broke up.
how
Okay, I
computer
was just summing
science,
up.
yeah, computer science
Yeah.
correlates.
Okay, so I'm not here to speak for Mboli, so that's why I directed it back to me, like my personal life and experience. And I was saying that I have a background in science and math. I excelled in science and math in school. And I went into computer programming and computer science ever since junior high school. And that's what I went to University of Maryland.
went out again. University of Maryland. That's where he stopped at.
Yeah, he know his stuff's been.
This joint be tripping.
Yeah, it's StreamYard. Probably StreamYard. Ain't in the internet at all. You know, y'all be tripping on Stream. I'm tripping. I'm gonna have to do go back to Zoom. StreamYard be doing y'all dirty, man. Especially if you're on the cell phone or something, you can't get to your lap.
Yes, my shit froze like a mug. I could hear him talking, but I couldn't even cut it out.
Yeah.
Getting hot.
We ain't hear you again, Wudjua. You messed up. But Rasta, I want to know, what experts are you referring to? When you say experts, you're generalizing, and we don't know if the people who you're generalizing as experts,
Or even specifically what he is asking for them to like substantiate, like what experts is saying the same thing about what in particular, because experts saying that the mass comparison method is not, you know what I'm saying, what we should be using to find genetic. That comes from experts. That don't come from Asar. That don't come from Wudjua. So I don't. That's what I be trying to understand. Like, do they even understand what the experts is saying? Because it's like, what? Why are you asking such a vague and ambiguous question, like specified, so we could, you know what I'm saying, at least give it a fair, you know what I'm saying, chance as far as dialogue wise.
Yeah. So, man, I get it. Some people just gonna be contentious for whatever reason, and I don't look at Rasta as being disingenuous, but I think, Rasta, I'm asking you the correct question, right? I'm asking you to be specific in your question, because you could be referring to one quote unquote expert, or we don't even know if you're really
I mean, he's speaking
to, or
in plural terms.
deferring to an expert or experts. So
Yes.
be more specific in what you're saying, and that will allow us to actually move the needle forward, because it's different. I do want to get to I want Wudjua to actually finish what he was actually saying, but I want to get to something that Tony had brought to the attention to the chat, because I know that that's a big deal in this particular conversation as well, because some people don't have the integrity to do what just happened. In my opinion, some people won't have that. They're too contentious and argumentative for no reason. And you know what I mean? Maybe there's a new argument somewhere else. So I'm trying to see Tony. I don't know if he dropped the video or not. But I'll play it if you want me to actually get to that point. Listen, I don't trust you. I don't trust nobody. It's fair for us to not trust anyone. But I'm not gonna just trust you. Uncle's in the cold, so that's irrelevant. They got out of it.
I hear that shit. That shit is like, bro.
There we go.
That's a tap. You were talking about the university.
Consensus is not good enough. Yeah, university.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, hopefully this is better. So yeah, I keep cutting. I don't even know if I can even get the story out. Anyway, let me summarize, because maybe that's a sign. I'm just saying that, like I said, I'm not speaking for Mboli or anybody else. I just direct it to myself. And so I have a focus in math and science, always have, in school, and I excelled in math and science in school. And I went into computer science from junior high school all the way to college, University of Maryland. And I'm only saying all of this is because math and science, and in my case, computer science, helps in other endeavors especially in the area of problem solving, identifying problems, coming up with solutions, and being able to troubleshoot. You know, a person who's focused on math and science is definitely a very good troubleshooter. You know, if you were to like to take a poll and just observe people's behaviors and things like that, good troubleshooters and whatnot, they usually have a background in some kind of math and science and whatnot. But uh linguistics is like a math problem when you're doing linguistics. Like people who love crossword puzzles and problems and things like that, linguistics is attractive to people like that. And there's a lot of other subjects that would be the same. But to solve for um, historical diachronic studies, when you're studying different areas through the timeline of different languages, what language is related to what language is derived from another one, what are sibling language, identifying parents and different relationships, that becomes a problem, and is solvable by way of a certain methods, and the method being the historical comparative method. And so, in Bowley being a engineer, a scientist, that I can imagine, like it is for me when I'm dealing with the Egyptian language and the grammar and all that kind of things. I can imagine that background, it lays the foundation for one to be motivated and highly interested in doing that kind of work, but then two, that kind of mentality and practice and experience will lay a foundation for the work that needs to be done in historical comparative linguistics. So, in Bowley being an engineer and a scientist is a huge benefit for doing historical comparative linguistics, because you understand method, you understand the idea of elimination, um, falsifying things, and go through a process of elimination. So that's so anybody who will try to say in Bowley being an electrical engineer or scientist in some kind of derogatory or negative way really just don't know what they're talking about at all, and they don't understand um how these things work and how these things could benefit each other.
Right. Totally agree. That goes back to something that has been said by pretty much everybody. Like, about qualifying sources. Like, how do you qualify this source? What validates this source to be asserted in this particular conversation? Like, these are questions that we have when people say generalize certain things or try to use slander. As Rasta was asking while you were talking, he was like, he doesn't hear. He says, I just want to know why the experts don't say what you're saying. Was one of his things, and then he
But what?
generalized.
But
Right.
saying what though? If he could clarify saying what though? Like what? Like I honestly don't think that people understand. Like I don't even think or believe it. I know it. I know this to be the case because I've done it on a few videos recently with people. Like I know for a fact.
Uh-oh, he broke up again. Ah, man, the internet ain't his friend today. Somebody out there to put a hex on Wudjua internet temporarily. They must be spotting in this area. He reboot his modem, he be back. I don't Chavis, I don't know who you actually responded to exactly, but you're making sense. Um I wish Tony could come on here too, because of that particular moment that Tony is referring to. I don't have the video for that, so I can't play it back in real time and get the context. Was it from Tony? Was it from today? Let me if you still here.
I was just responding to what dude was saying about the You know what I'm saying? What he said, the experts and shit like that.
Yeah,
It's
people are
censored.
overblowing that word, bro. Like, come on,
Now I was
y'all
trying to
wouldn't
give
find
him
no
language.
experts 2 years ago. They wouldn't listen, bro. This whole expert word is room for microwave.
Right.
Insert microwave into the
Same
when
with
people
consensus.
refer to a certain expert, that means they in full microwave mode. This wasn't even a thought process prior to that, because prior to all of that, what's the name? What's the name of the video, Tony? Tell me the title of it, and I'll try to go grab it. But speaking of this, people was not kicking the whole expert shit. This is new phenomenon over the last few months, and there's a reason for that transpiring. There's a reason for that happening, because someone is looking to justify the laziness among a said group of members that they now associate with. Kemet, the black land until you want to debate me? Are you serious? And he's, nah, I ain't playing that video, bro. I ain't playing that video, bro. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to watch it myself, Tony. I'll watch it. You know what I'm saying? Um I'll yeah, I ain't watched it yet. I got it on my to-do list. But nah, I ain't gonna play it. Cause I don't want, trust me, I don't want nobody feeling some type of way cause I played that particular video in that part or whatever the case. People been real emotional lately. So I'm not saying that he is, I'm just saying in general. Oh, you want me to tell you if you're crazy or not? Hold on, man. Chavis, are you on your laptop? Not. You ain't saying nothing, man. You quiet, bro.
Who?
You.
My wife was talking right now. That's why
Okay, yeah, you better shut up when she talking. Shut up. Yeah, shut all the way up. Get slapped on. I'm asking if you're on your laptop.
Oh, I'm on my phone right now. No, I'm not on my laptop.
Okay, all right. If the thing pop, I just let with y'all. You said the 13 minute mark. Hold up. I want to it can't be the 13-minute mark, bro, because he ain't got the thing up yet. He don't go to the story yet. He go to the story after the 13-minute mark. Are you sure? Okay, hold on. I want to, just for the listening audience. What Tony talking about. I want to kind of deal with that. Yeah, okay. So I'm at 12:57. Let's tap in.
Video that were not spoken towards, or I don't know if they were spoken towards, because I couldn't watch the whole thing. So yeah.
Yeah, they will win. Hold up. Asar. Boom. Hold on. We'll come back to that. What up, Asar?
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Why do y'all sound like digital robots on my end?
I was sitting in front of a fan. I don't know why he was sounding like that.
Nah, that's
Well, you
him.
sound clear now.
That's
Say
him.
something.
That was him.
Oh, okay.
See? That's him. Sound like he trying to transform.
What's good?
Not much. So there's a much heated discussion that has transpired over the last
It's
few days.
it's
I've been
that
arguing.
season again. Let's disagree with Asar on the same subject.
Yep.
Yeah,
The
The
every
stars
6 to
have
8 months
aligned.
edition.
The stars have aligned. You know, the moon is in the proper position.
We in a Mercury retrograde at the moment.
yes.
You know, I'm in Egypt chilling with Nubian brothers, floating down the Nile,
Mm-hmm.
and
The
you
whole
know,
time, your name ringing
people
bells.
people texting me, you gonna respond? I'm like, for what? You know, there's certain people making arguments from from a long time ago, and each time that they've been
But I'll go question
challenged publicly.
and I'll sit there for some hours and just
What's
listen at the
happening?
video.
Oh, that's the background. Uh, we're supposed to have I don't know how many debates on the subject, and every single time they canceled, and you know, and then the last time this happened on the same subject,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it's going to die down, and then someone's going to bring it up again as if it's new, and you can tell they haven't read my work because in my work I cite all the experts who say what I say. If you want to know what the experts say, read my book. And then follow the citations in the quotations that I use in the text, which tell you that Afro-Asiatic is not a genetic language group. It's not a real grouping at all. Same with Niger Congo, same with Khoisan, same with Nilo-Saharan. But and I made
What
sure
about
because
this
we
here?
know we have a lot of self-hate amongst us,
Mm.
So I can only cite the white experts. So I made sure they were white experts. So they couldn't say that I was being biased and that they're Afrocentric and
Like
all
I
that
was
other kind of stuff.
doing.
You know. But it shows that they don't read, and they know why they don't want to read and deal with that stuff because they got to eat them words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes back to the point of this whole thing that Gullah asserting that he cooked up the argument back in 2013 and that your cognates are wrong, you positioning false cognates in the whole 9 yards, and I'm like, you spent 9 years trying to argue this Greenberg stuff in the whole 9 yards, or your disagreements with Asar, and we don't have anything on paper. That doesn't do us any justice.
It's a valid response because here's the thing. This is how you know someone is serious in the field. Without trying to argue against me, what work have you done in the field just of your own interest? What discoveries have you made? What
Mm-hmm.
lessons have you done to be competent in the field, to be able to dissect anyone's arguments? And have you read? See, it's not an issue of just simply reading text, because what a lot of these are Google scholars that we are constantly having these debates with. They don't read the history of the field, the history of ideas in the field, the different schools of thought, and the merits of particular methodologies, how and why certain methods became standard, and what was the learning process throughout that journey. Because they're Google scholars. Let me see what I can find real quick where Wikipedia will land me. And let's make an argument. And then they don't even read the Wikipedia, because the Wikipedia tell you that the Greenberg method is pseudo and that it is rejected by most linguists around the world.
Yeah, let's skip
But they
over that.
skip over that.
Right. Let's skip
Their trusted Wikipedia, the love of their life, the one who they're cheating on their wife with, even tells them that, and they don't even they skip over it, like, you know. But it's you know, as Wudjua was saying earlier, at this point, I you know, I don't waste my time with any of the on. They can have the last word. You know, if you know, Chief X one time says, you know, I'm gonna send your book to a linguist out here in California and let him critique it. I'm like, fine. You know, I have no I have no problem at all with any linguist looking at my work and then assessing it and then providing their critique. But here's the thing that people, you know, don't recall and don't rely on is the fact that I can rebuttal the rebuttal. It's not just simply because about somebody having a response. You have a response to the response. And that's what I'm waiting on. I've been asking for them to pull these experts out. I'm like, you name them, I'll give them a book. And if they come sideways, they're going to get the work. It's just simple as that.
I think that the experts are now called consensus, and we don't know particularly who the experts they are referring to, or there's 7 linguists that all of a sudden seem to be interested in talking, and whatever the case may be. So we're at a loss of words for who to identify with.
Because here's the thing. If the vast majority of the linguists reject Greenberg's methodology that gave form to Afroasiatic, Niger-Congo, etc., you can't ask any quote-unquote expert within the Greenbergian school of thought. You see how problematic that would be?
And it's not for them because they feel like though that's the consensus. The people, we see it everywhere. Everybody's still using it. So it's like, well, it must not be nothing wrong. That's what the feedback that I get when I had these discussions about that with certain people. They're like, well, they still using it. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't mean anything necessarily. It's utilizable. That they've been using it anyway.
Exactly. And that's why they, like, anybody within that school of thought can't argue against, for example, an Mboli. I need to find this one citation that I have where it talks about how the comparative method is rarely used in African languages. What does that tell you? If the comparative method is the standard that all experts around the world agree for historical comparative methods, and it is rarely used in African languages, how the hell do you group languages? How the hell has these languages been grouped?
That's my question that I keep on coming to at the end. Like, do we really understand how did that happen? Why are we still using it?
Yeah, it's again, there's a whole process of critical thought that's involved in this. And so, you know, when you are arguing for the sake of arguing and you don't have a love and passion for the subject, you won't take it seriously. You're just looking for some argument that appears to agree with your worldview, and then to try to use it on somebody without knowing the backstory. See, this is why I think they've been avoiding the debate with me on Afroasiatic, because when they got off the calls and whatnot and started Google searching and start seeing these things pop up about Greenberg's methodology and how it's not up to par and is basically like astrology. They couldn't come out and say that we were wrong, so they just let it die down and then bring it back up and then try to change the argument slightly. Well, they're still using it. It must be valid. Not addressing the whole methodological issue. You can learn astrology in some universities. Don't mean it's going to be taught in a astrophysics classroom.
Right.
Excuse me.
Hey, somebody told me that you had said before that you haven't done no linguistic work. And I was like, how's that when everything in the book got linguistic work in there? Have you ever told
Look,
anybody
that I've never done linguistic work?
like your work is not linguistic work?
No, this is probably what I said. That my work are not a purely linguistic work. Meaning that the focus, for example, if you take Wudjua Volume 2, it is a book about African religion and philosophy.
Right.
But as one of the many tools of analysis, I use linguistics. Just like how I use genetics, just like how I use archaeology, botany, etc.
What I assumed was I was like it's a multidisciplinary work. And
exactly.
A discipline is linguistics. So I didn't understand. So that's probably what it was. The person, like always.
Now, with the exception of, for example, the work that came out in 2021, the Tiluba Maweja, Yoruba Orisha, and ancient Egyptian Ak, an etymological explanatory journey, for those particular words. Now that is a linguistic text.
Yeah.
So I don't go into deep, African history. It's purely linguistic. And so, you got to understand, like when you talk about, for example, Christopher Ehret is not a PhD in linguistics. He's a PhD in history. That's why he teaches in the history department of UCLA. One of his students, my teachers, Dr. Karen Kleiman, her degree is in history, but she learned linguistics as a aid for her to tell history. So I took her African history to 1700, and then I took a second course, African history from 1700 to present, right? In the African Studies department at the University of Houston. She was a direct student of Christopher Ehret, right? So we learn in these courses how language can be used to tell history. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new field besides historical comparative linguistics. You have forensic linguistics that allow you to do and get to a similar result in terms of history. And so, people got to understand these things. Like when we talk about Greenberg, I think he was an anthropologist, but he learned linguistics to better learn, to be able to better do anthropology. Obinga, his degree is in philosophy. He also has a degree in master's in history, as well as politics as well. I think he has 2 or 3 master's degrees. But he also learned linguistics as a better way to tell history and to crack open philosophy and the like. Linguistics is a tool. that anybody can learn if you have the discipline. The problem is once people start, seeing that it is boring and you have to actually study and learn languages and learn about 20 different subjects before you get to historical comparative linguistics, they just give up. Well, what do the experts say? Because they don't want to do the work. How are you 9 years arguing a point and haven't had time? Like, it upsets me that people have waited all this time. I introduced Mboli to the English speaking American world and the conscious community like around 2012, 2013, right? And people are sitting here arguing, why hasn't his work been translated into French? Something must not be right. That is the laziest thing I've ever heard in my goddamn life. From 2013 to 2022, you had more than enough time to master French. Matter of fact, I even gave out for free Pimsleur's French 1, French 2, and French 3, specifically so they can learn to read the work, the scholarship by African scholars and others in the Francophone world. How many people have taken the time and disciplined themselves to learn French so they can read Mboli's and others' work? None. And so if you're not going to put effort in to the study of the subject and to learn French, now these are I've given so many resources for free. These are resources I've paid my money for, and as a service to the community have given it away. The community has blessed me in many ways. I try to bless them back. Now, it's just a shame that after all of this time, it's almost been 10 years for folks. It only takes you about 2 years to be conversant. Not even 2 years. If you're disciplined, like with the PIMS program, it is about each lesson is about 30 days, each level, right? So within 3 to 6 months, you should be conversant enough in French.
Asar, do you know French? Did you learn it?
Yes, I learned it.
Okay, now I'm just asking because somebody in the chat said you didn't learn French. So I just had to put that on record.
That's all right.
I know you did, bro. I just put it on record.
All my French elders who I converse with, they'll say otherwise. But the issue here is just the ultimate laziness. So you had all this time to learn French, and we're not saying that I'm not I still have to pause and listen and tell people to slow certain down. Like, I read French better than I speak it. Yeah, but I know enough. I'm sorry?
No, I was saying that's how I am with Spanish. Like, I can read it better than I can. Like, if somebody's talking Spanish, they have to slow down because they're saying the words. Yeah, I'm going to pick certain words out,
That's where I am. But, it's, if you can even get on that basic level, like just Pimsleur's lessons 1, 2, and 3, you have enough to read the works. But as Wudjua said, just being able to read it ain't going to help you much if you don't know historical comparative linguistics. You don't know the history of art. And see, this is what's so sad about the sad cruise. Mboli's book is a textbook. It teaches you how to do historical comparative linguistics. If they would have read the text, they would have known that. It's a lesson, it's a textbook on how to do the historical comparative linguistics. I think I hear Sister Anusha says, Dr. Karen. Yes, Dr. Karen A. Kleiman at the University of Houston. So it's just very interesting, you know, that we have to keep going back and forth over this. So it's like, at this point, you just got to let people grow old and die. That's just my motto. You know, like, I got too much going on. Like, you know, with me back in school, you know, I'm creating curriculums for other folks, other businesses and things being started. Like, I just don't have time to argue with lazy folks. And so when you think about, for example, all of the hours that I've spent, all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I've spent traveling, going to libraries, traveling to other countries, hooking up with authors from around the world, getting lessons from them, taking courses, et cetera, and then to come on the internet and as Google scholars who sit here and want to argue with you about stuff that they don't understand. And it's just sad. It's like, I'm not wasting my time. And, you know, and you don't have to respond. If they were serious, put it in writing. And if it's sorry writing, I'm not responding. It's just as simple as that. You know, it's like, you know, you haven't put in the same effort. And I don't respect people who don't put in the same effort, that want to argue. Like, do y'all see me? Have y'all ever heard me come on the internet or on YouTube or whatnot, arguing medical stuff? Can anybody recall? You know why I don't? Because that ain't my field of study. I don't argue with folks about medicine. Even naturopaths, I don't argue with. That's not my area. And I'm not finna just start Googling some shit and then, you know, just to appear knowledgeable.
Hey, Asar,
you know,
you stayed out of the vaccine conversation, didn't you?
Yeah, I stayed out of the vaccine conversation.
That's a
I mean, I went to New York, but what I argued, like, I wasn't arguing anything in terms of whether vaccines are beneficial or not. When I went to New York, I argued about methodology. How do you know? By what methodology did you come to these conclusions? And what were the rebuttals?
When I seen you was beating up logic.
That's it. Like, I don't argue medical stuff. I leave that to medical folks, so people who study medicine, people who done put in their 10,000 hours.
I was just telling them last night, Asar. I was saying, like, bro, I don't know why Asar even entertained these circular arguments that come around every 5 years. I was literally just saying this to them yesterday about you. Like, it's like, in my opinion, you got better work to do than argue with these people.
Hey, I don't argue with them now, and that seems to be what's fueling them, because they want a response. And I'm like, for what?
Yeah, don't argue.
You haven't put in any work worthy enough for me to respond to. See, that's the difference. Like, for example, between the debate that Dr. Wesley Muhammad and I are having, and one of the reasons why he said that he responded to me, is because I did it the right way, the way that scholars do, on paper, and it was scholastic, and it wasn't nothing personal. And he said because of this, because he was like, he wasn't dealing with anybody in the so-called quote unquote conscious community, but because he valued the work that I've done and the way that I approached my disagreement with him, it was worthy of a response. And so now we're engaged in a critical dialogue.
Yeah, that's respectable, man. I haven't even seen y'all stuff. I haven't seen y'all going back and forth, so that's even better because y'all keeping it classy. Y'all keeping it, strictly within the information. So
exactly, and that's how you're supposed to do it. But these people are lazy as hell. They don't want to learn a second language. They don't want to read text. They don't want to learn the field and do practice problems. You could tell the people that when it was time for math class and they had those practice problems in the back of each chapter, that they skipped right over that and went on to read in the next chapter. Just to get the grade. You can tell who those people were. They skipped doing the work, but it's all good. It's no love lost. It's just, at my age and the amount of work I put in, I just wish them well. Grow old and die. That's all I have for you.
Yeah.
Chavis, what else you had, bro? It's all on him, man. Lay it on him.
No, that was the main one I think that was brought. What they had brought up, why no one cites either you or Mboli. And I was like, well, I can show. I showed them some citations. No, I'm not that person. No, I'm not that person. But I guess it's why people in academia, specific areas or fields aren't citing you. I would assume is a big question.
I'm cited all the time. I can show you some PhD dissertations with my that cite me. Matter of fact, I'll show you a work by an Egyptologist.
You had the lady on if I say that ladies, you had her on the show, and she told in her book she was supposed. I tried to use that too, and everything that you throw at them is always something.
See, this is the thing, and they're always discrediting African people. This is what I mean, like the like once you understand that these are people who like hate themselves and internally hate black people, then there's not much you can do with them. You just got to let them be, let them grow old and die. Because you keep forgetting that these African scholars that we're citing are in academia. They are academia. Jean-Claude Mboli teaches linguistics in a university in Africa.
On that, they say he never say which one. That what they think about that. He never say which university it is.
Hold on, I can find that out real quick. Hold on. Obinga is in academia. Sheikh Anta Diop was in academia. Abba Bukri Musalam is in academia. Oscar Pafuma is in academia. What's his name? Dr. Kipkoech Sambu is in academia. Who am I missing? Dr. Bilolo is in academia. They're all academics. They're in academia. They went to the best schools in Africa and Europe. Most of them have 3 or 4 degrees. Matter of fact, what'd you say?
I say in different subjects.
Exactly. I had a brother on my show, Dr. Bangura. He's one of the people who reviewed one of the chapters in Wudjua Volume 2. This brother has 5 PhDs. Brother Reggie and others were talking about, you know, do you have any, you know, whites? No, it was my bad. Wasn't Reggie? It was Chief X. You have any white scholars, you know, saying the who reviewed your work and da 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 da? I'm like, you know, first of all, yeah, I named them in the beginning and I thanked them for the review. But I'm like, why would I have to go out of my way to find a white scholar and I have an African scholar here with 5 PhDs, one in linguistics, one in political science, one in economics, one in mathematics, and another in computer science? Like, why? Why are we shitting on African scholars? These scholars that I'm in communication with and publish with are scientists and overly qualified, but they want us to skip over our multiple PhD African scholars for their one PhD, if they have a PhD, probably in another subject, to critique, you know, these African scholars' work, and they can, but you don't. By what level are they qualified to make arguments? And like it's just a shame. And this is, they're just, you know, at this point you can just see the self-hate. Hold on. Let me see. Was somebody oops. Hello?
No, you
we
still there.
Okay, because
I
I forgot I'm on the browser.
The same thing, man. I was literally saying, why do they got to get shitted on? Like, why does that have to be the perspective? Why can't they be capable? Why aren't they able to, like, it's clear they have multiple degrees in different subjects, so they obviously demonstrated they aren't, you know, one dimensional. I mean, most Africans speak more than one language. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get why we locking people in boxes where they can't do certain things, and we gotta go. The experts all of a sudden always got to be some revered white university or some shit.
They can't even name you.
But see, they get mad when you use those people's information, but then they want you to go to these people to grade your paper. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's like, yeah, you can't use their information, but they gotta review your work though for us to accept it.
Yeah.
They won't even read the man books. People won't even read them before they even jump out the window.
Is it me again, or you sounding like R2D2?
That's him.
On crack.
That's Chavis.
Hello.
That's probably me.
You trying to pull something up, Asar? Oh, okay, you on mute. But yeah, I think the issues goes back to basically what we've been saying, and people's inability to be able to challenge the work. That's why they're so handicapped that the only thing that they can do is throw their gun. That's it, and then make up some argument to try to qualify why they can't do the work. Then discount your ability to and your competency to understand what's being taught and grasp it and utilize it to help you go further in the studies. I mean, I've heard it before. Asar's book's too technical. You know what I mean? From the same people that's trying to inject themselves in a linguistic argument. Like, just stay out of it. You just said his work is too technical. But then when he breaks it down and then provides a pathway for you to learn it, you're not interested in it. But now you're interested in it. You're invested in it because of you mad. And whatever this driving force is, or that's behind your anger, is showing. And no one is calling it out. Well, me and then, you know, I'm the trouble starter, shit starter, whatever you want to call it, causing ruckus. But through observation and understanding where certain people's limitations are, I'm going to say something because to me it's disingenuous. The whole approach, the argument is disingenuous. You ain't taking the classes. You're not interested in it. You're in defer mode. So now, because you're handicapped, now you don't have the people that you defer to. You got to go say, well, the experts say this. Well, I got this JSTOR argument that says this. And just dismiss all the other people that don't agree with what you actually said. Go ahead.
Boys be saying they got linguists lined up for Asar, and then they just be picking and stuff apart. But I just be like, bro, like, can I see the work? Can they show it for just educational purposes? Can I see it so I can, you know, or can he see it? Can you put it somewhere where they can both dialogue? Why is it always these secret conversations with these secret linguists that don't get put out to the public? They just utilize them to tell him what he's wrong. They saying everything that he say is pseudo.
It goes back to what I initially said about qualifying the people that are making these assertions. And people don't know how to do that, no matter how many references or sources or stuff like that that's presented to them. They just take another path. Gullah, you are in your feelings. Revisionist. Come on.
Is the SAR in Kemet still? You in Kemet SAR?
He came back. He was with Garfield.
No, I came back Wednesday.
Okay, yeah. How was your trip, man?
It was dope. You know, this was my first time going with a large group, so it's like 85 of us. Excuse me. And so, you know, it was, you know, that was my third time going. So, you know, it's not. I ain't gonna say it wasn't too much. There was a few places that I went, that we went that I haven't been to before. So
where's that?
I got this. Well, I went to even though I went by there many times, we just never went, which was the Tomb of the Nobles in Aswan,
Okay.
for example. And, you know, but there's other places that, you know, we went, that I've been, you know, of course, a number of times. So I was only going to see, you know, specific things so I can just kind of get video footage so I could put in a trailer. The proof of concept trailer for the Chiena Into film, you know, that I'll be working on.
Have you been in Seti the First tomb?
In Seti the First, I don't think we went this time.
That thing is
no,
huge.
I don't think we did. No, we was in Ramesses III's though.
Okay.
And you know, and what was good about this go round is like 7 years ago when I went, they weren't allowing in certain places, especially in the Valley of the Kings, the like videotaping or taking pictures inside and him. Because, you know,
You cutting in and out, Asar. Damn, we done lost him.
was in that
That was me.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, so it's like me. I think I'm back.
What'd you
now.
say?
Yeah, you had dropped off for a second. You ain't get to finish the Ramesses III.
I don't know about your ass.
You might have to come in. You
What'd
might
you
have
say?
to come out. So you might have to come back out, and then you breaking up. Yeah, man, he breaking up. I wanted to ask him. I want to ask him that does he see any differences from the time when he went 7 years ago to now? Like, is the art still the same? Has he seen any, like, they've been working on the art, or is they just leaving it in its preserved state? Because a lot of people that we talk to, they go once, but it'd be a while before they go back, if they even go back to the same site. So that's interesting, man.
And then people probably don't even want to go back. They want to see us. There's so much stuff to see. You gotta hit up different spots too.
Hey,
That's
can
a
y'all hear
big.
me?
Yeah, you hear you, dog.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch up to make sure, because yeah, our whole entire area has like an internet outage and stuff. So it's a lot of people that's a bit mad right now.
Well, got the internet. They don't know what to do.
Yes, I'm
Go
on my phone right now. So I'm trying to catch back up to when I was on just a little while ago to see what was being said. I'm trying to look at the chat, and I don't see anything different, and I don't think it's going to be anything ever said different. It's the same old sentiments that are from people that are just I think that we
Testing.
okay, back. I think that we've created a monster, collectively created a monster. It's just a climate of argument, of fussing and fighting, and not even real. I had to catch myself. I'm not even gonna say arguments, because a real argument is there's nothing really wrong with that. But the opposition, combative fussing and fighting is the climate that I think collectively has been created, that's emerged from this so-called conscious community. And it's the same old arguments. People just disagree just on some GP stuff, just because. And that's just it. Nobody's gonna falsify anything. Nobody's doing work. Nobody's doing it. You got all the excuses in the book, all the deflections and smoke and mirrors and stuff like that. But nobody's really doing something to resolve the issue. Because let's say somebody puts something out like, the title of this is can Asar's work be falsified or something like that. Let's just say Asar is wrong. How will we go about showing it's wrong? And then after that, is that the goal? Is the goal to prove Asar wrong, or is the real goal to actually solve the problem, the research question? So Asar has a research question. He went through a process and he has results. And let's say that Asar is wrong on his results. And then people set out to prove that that's wrong or demonstrate it's wrong. But do we stop there? Because the research question is still there. You see what I'm saying? And so I don't even think people understand or even look at it that way.
No,
Even in a remote sense, like everybody is hell bent on just disagreeing with somebody and forming cliques and stuff like that. It's like a bandwagonism, and it's just sad. It's just really just sad, because I'm speaking from experience, and this frustrates me because I see it over and over again. It's like we're not getting anywhere. I don't even expect it to anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pessimistic. My optimism turned into pessimism at this point. I don't expect it to. Like, I'm not surprised by anything. I don't expect it to. I expect people to act the way they act. I expect the bad characters to be bad characters, to show bad character. I expect it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the other way now. I would be surprised if people that I put in the category of bad character people actually change the pattern to force me to say that they no longer have bad character, or for me to remove them out of that category for me. That's when I'll be surprised. Now, that'd be a great surprise. That will be a welcoming surprise. But as of right now, I don't think it's going to happen, and I'm not surprised at all. You just got to call it like it is. I don't care if people get mad unapologetically. Like people soft. Like people talk about being outside and was raised a certain way and stuff like that. But man, when it comes to the internet and actually academic, scholastic conversations, those same people who may be hard on the streets are the softest people on when it comes to intellectual discourse and stuff like that. Their feelings get hurt so easy.
That's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother psychological conversation. People trying to make up for their shortcomings and weaknesses with that. Agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be wrong. Like if you're wrong, it's like nothing to be about it. At the same time, like we have to ask the question, what does it mean when someone is wrong? Like that's a question. What does it mean when someone is wrong? Like what should we do? What does it mean? Do we stop? Do we highlight when somebody's wrong? Do we prove that somebody's wrong? And while we proving that they're wrong, do we kick them? Do we knock them out? And do we kick them while they're down on the ground and whatnot? Or is the point of proving somebody or showing somebody wrong is to then therefore take a new approach and in solving the problem? Or is the whole point for everybody is to prove somebody wrong? And that's what it seems like, and that's how people carry it. It's not real. Pseudo intellectuals and stuff like that. People need it. People want to talk about where they come from and this and that. They need to just go back, man. Go back.
Sorry, we can hear you now.
What'd you say?
I think Satep had a question about did everything look the same when you went, or were they fixing it up, like as far as when you was in those sites?
Hold on 1 second. I'm about to move to a different area.
Are you clear though?
Man, y'all know that every year the Egyptian government and antiquities they repaint those things and whitewash everything. They turn all the black stuff to white stuff, and they changing the noses, they changing the lips, and everything like that. They do that like every 6 months, man. Everybody knows that. Like none of those things is the original state that they were in. All that stuff has been changed and tampered with and whatnot. Even in the museums, they actually take all the millions of artifacts and they go through a tour. That's why they spend so much money. That's why they charge so much for the tourism, because in the Egyptian Cairo Museum and the British Museum, they have to make their rounds, and they pass out a memo, and on a certain date, they remove all the statues to readjust them and then put them back on display, so that nobody would be able to detect it, because they're keeping all that stuff away from us, So they're changing everything up. That's what you would hear if you allow these folks out here to tell it.
And we just have to accept it. Just like they're like, oh man, that's crazy. Nobody never told me that.
Yeah. They are doing restoration though. Like on a serious note, they do clean. Like for example, the Temple of Heru in Dendera, they have done restoration, and they show the before and after pictures of that.
We hear you.
All righty, cool biz. Y'all continue.
Oh no, I was just saying that on Satep's question, things changing and stuff like that. I was going the extreme. The conspiracy parrots out there will have us believe that there's a systematic and concerted effort by all museums around the world that have Egyptian artifacts, including in Egypt, where they just simultaneously just change all the artifacts and then put them back on display to fool everybody.
Well, I could tell you that Egypt itself looks like it's getting dirtier and dirtier, you know, and you know that
Yeah,
affects
that's
a
what I
lot of
wanted to
things.
know. Like, what's the difference between when you went 7 years ago to now? Like, what were some of the main differences that you've seen? Because you know it's a lot of change that goes on, a lot of time done passed.
Really not too much. You know, it's still, it's, you know, other than, you know, like I said earlier, as far as in certain tombs and temples, you know, and especially, for example, in the Cairo Museum, they allow you to take photos and video, which they didn't, you know, 7 years ago. And but what hasn't changed even more, for example, when we went in August of 2015, the you know the one of the guys pointed out as we were driving that the new Cairo Museum was just across the highway, which you can see it's a very big, almost stadium-looking building, and it will be done by the end of this year. The grand opening is going to be at the end of this year. Oh man, you know, maybe when I come back. Well, it's 2022, and you know we have a new guide, and we're still driving on the same highway. Over there is the Cairo Museum, you know, and by the end of this year, we're going to have the grand opening of the Cairo Museum. So, you know, even the non-opening of the new Cairo Museum is still in effect as far as Egypt is concerned. Let me see. You know, I guess this time we was followed by like more like I guess their equivalent of like FBI, CIA folks. You know, when you have close to 100 Africans coming into to Egypt, they're scared that you're going to link up with the Nubians and that you're going to cause a revolt. And so, you know, they
Wait,
send
what a
people to.
minute. Say that again. What happened?
Oh, when you have a group like ours coming into Egypt, they feel that you are going to link up with the Nubians and start a revolt, right? Like you start
What?
putting in things in your head. Like there were situations where, for example, they wouldn't let certain people go. Like, you know, everyone wants to go to the Nubian village. Like you can't go to the Nubian village. And every single time, like we would, you know, stop and talk to a Nubian brother or whatnot. One of them was trying to sell something because, you know, once you get there, everybody's trying to sell you something. So, you know, it's to be expected. But, you know, they would try to, you know, shoot them off real quick and try to reduce, eliminate any interactions between African Americans and the Nubian people. And it's a testament to really how powerful we are and our voices are, because they know that we will amplify and make known
Why
the
is it that
situation that is
specific?
going.
Why is it that specific group that they don't want?
Because they you know, it's an apartheid country for Black African people, and that's what people don't realize. So you may be in a situation where like you in Cairo or something, and you see like a Nubian server that he may in actuality be a slave.
Oh wow.
And I always advise women, don't go to Egypt by yourself. Always go with a group. And if you're in a group, make sure that y'all stay together, because they still be kidnapping folks. Like, don't get it confused. Don't let your nostalgia for Egypt confuse you. This is the Arab Republic of Egypt. And so they don't know how to act right. It's not really civilized in that sense. You know, that's why it's trash everywhere, all in the streets. You can't drink the water because of contamination. You know, there's buildings that aren't even finished. You know, it's just all kinds of craziness, you know, in Egypt. You know, and like everyone's so poor, that's why, you know, as soon as you hop off the plane, everybody's trying to say something because 99% of their economy is tourism. And everyone is selling you the same exact stuff. Like you can literally walk 5 feet away from somebody after telling them no, and somebody will come right behind them offering you the exact same thing that you told the person that they saw you walk away from and told them no.
Man, that's crazy, Asar. Look, this is funny you say that. So look, I was in the Dominican Republic like last month, right? And I was on the beach, and the exact same thing you saying happened to me. Like people just come up trying to sell you stuff. And I bought this pack of cigars from one guy, and then another guy comes up and tries to sell me cigars again. I'm like, no, I just bought a pack of cigars. He like, no, these good ones right here. I'm like, bro, look, I just bought a pack. And then like these guys, they was singing. They come up with guitars. They was singing, and they wanted a tip. And then these other guys came, and they started doing. I'm like, yo, look, these guys just came. I just gave them a tip. Like, it's like world countries. I had to show the dude, like, no, look, I got it on video. I was video recording. Like, they just sung to us, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, like everything costs. Like you get like if you go to the bathroom, there's going to be a charge to get into the bathroom. And then in certain places, of course, it's just like, you know how you be at the club. I ain't been in the club in a while, but it'd be that dude in the club with the scents and some chewing gum and like exactly. Except there's none of that. He's just in the bathroom, and you know he turned the water on for you, grab some towels for you, and he want a tip.
Yeah,
like dude, I could have did that myself.
You better tip too.
I don't need no help, man.
Look, let me tell you how this one dude got me. So look, I was coming back. I had to come back into the States. So to get back into the States, you know, you got to take your COVID test.
Yeah.
So like I come into the airport, and then I went to the area where I needed to take my COVID test. It's a long line. Now this Haitian dude comes up to me, and he said he works at the airport. He like, hey man, you got a flight? You need a COVID test? I'm like, yeah. He like, all right, come with me. I say, ¿cuánto es? I was like, how much? And he said, no, just come with me. So, because I knew, because I done been in the country for about a week and a half now, so I know everything costs. So I asked him before he walked me. He ain't say nothing. He said, oh, just walk with me. Just walk with me. So I go up there, take my COVID test. Soon as I come back out, he want a tip for bringing me into the front of the line. I'm like, bro, I asked you before you even took me up here, how much was this gonna cost? But I went on ahead and gave it to him anyway, though. But I'm telling you, like the little things that they do over there, like you won't even expect it, and then they gonna be expecting you to give them something. Yeah, you feel me?
It's all a hustle, you know, and that's Egypt. So that hasn't changed since the first 2 times I went. You know, now there may have been, like, I remember the last time that I went, you know, I actually witnessed, and I forgot what temple it was. I actually witnessed a guy scraping metal nectar off of one of the temple walls, one of the pillars. You know, so, you know, I didn't witness that at this time, but, you know, like I wish I would have remembered or documented what temple it was, and to see if we revisited, you know, like what was the state from when we went in 2015 versus in 2022. But, you know, that is something that you got to be, you know, cognizant of, you know, is them destroying monuments, you know.
Yeah, that would have been good to get that before and after.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, you know, it wasn't so much the, you know, because I already had the experience. I know what to expect. And as a researcher, really, there's nothing much in Egypt left. All the good stuff was stolen. So you got to go to, you know, the British Museum. You got to go to the Louvre. You got to go to, you know, the Met and, you know, the Chicago Institute, University of Penn Museum. you know, you got to go to these places that are holding the Boston, you know, Museum of Fine Arts. And then if you're lucky to get, you know, to know any of these billionaires that have the private collections, right? Because
what about that
that's
museum in Germany?
I forgot what it's called, but you know,
Oh, they got a
that
big
too.
one there. They got a big one there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like all the stuff that is worthy of studying, you know, because I mean, the stuff that you see on the temples, you know, that's the hieroglyphs. That's the how should I say, the just the main, you know, that's the priestly stuff, you know. Now, when you know, that's why it was good when we went into the Cairo Museum. Of course, not the new one that is supposedly been that was supposed to open in 2015, but you get to see certain things in there that you know you don't ordinarily see when you're out on the tours, right? So you know when you see, for example, like I took a number of photos of in some video, mainly video of you know like the wooden everyday life carvings. You know, like people on the farm, people in the barnyards, people on the ships. The reason why this is important because they're depicting the people at the time. So all you seeing is brown, the black skin, afro hairstyles, you know, and the like throughout all of these wooden carvings. You're not going to see any, you know, an abundance of any kind of light skinned people with straight hair and any of that madness. And like these are the kind of like raw footage, raw images that you have to you know have ready for when people want to argue otherwise. You know, so if you're saying that the ancient Egyptians, you know, look like this, why do we have such an abundance of artifacts of them looking the exact opposite? You know, like make that make sense. That they just love black people that much that you know what we're just going to forego, you know, our ancestors, and we're now going to adopt, and you know, these guys' looks and skin tone and hairstyle and dress, and we're just going to roll with that, you know. But you see all of that in the Cairo Museum.
Hey, I'm still tripping off. You said the CIA and FBI was trying, you know, not wanting y'all to get there and rattle up the Nubians. That is crazy.
It's not when you think, you know. Again, it's so much happens. Like they are really afraid of, you know, like how should I explain this? Like I'm gonna give two parts of this story, right? One, I you know, of course, I witnessed myself, and then the other one is secondhand information, but it is consistent with what I have witnessed. So, you know, of course, y'all know about the situation that you know got the trip canceled from February of this year and postponed to the date that you know that we I forgot when we left, like March 29th, not March.
I mean, I heard y'all was it had some. I'm not clear on what exactly happened though with that.
It you know that's a story unto itself, and we'll just have to we'll have to you know kind of schedule that. But
So I
so
definitely don't know. But go ahead though.
so you know, but again, you know, it is a very racist, you know, country. You know, again, it's the Arab Republic of Egypt, and so you know they do not have a positive outlook, you know, on African people. You know, they view us as slaves and the like. So of course, you know, here comes a group of Africans, and we're having a conference in Aswan talking about the unity of African people and talking about the Africanness of ancient Kemet and its culture.
Now
So,
I
of
got
course, this upsets, some racist trolls. And they create a whole campaign to rally up some folks. And there's a lot of miscommunication and stuff going on. And then allegedly certain people, their lives were threatened. And then that's when, Taki decided to, postpone it. And that's why we had the conference in Detroit. And, we moved the actual trip, until, basically 2 weeks ago. So while looking at a number of the online campaigns, so there was, a couple of, I guess newscasters that was, talking about the event. And there's this one commentary, right, that was in Arabic, and I had it translated, and then I had it further confirmed with some colleagues of mine who speak fluent Arabic. And in the comment, he was like, who do we need to report this to? Because their presence, this group's presence, is a threat to Egyptian and North African identity.
wow.
Now, juxtapose that with, I was telling this story, because we were trying to explain to some folks in Detroit why the conference and everything was canceled and why we had to postpone it to another day. So, I give them this exact story. And Jabari tells us that, when I don't know if it was the last time he went, but it was one of the few times that, that he, went to Egypt. And so there's a, Jabari, is part of that crew that likes to carry these big ass unks everywhere. I don't know why, but that's just their thing. They just want to carry an unk everywhere they go. So they're going into the, I guess, the Great Pyramid of Giza. And one of the guards outside, so every site has, a guard to make sure that people ain't defiling the monuments and all this other kind of stuff. So, remember, you're in an Arabic country and the religion is Islam. So, anything seen, that is not Islamic, they look down upon and they try to prevent it. So, but, Jabari's not doing any kind of religious things. He's just entering the Giza pyramid with his ankh in hand. And so the guard is trying to prevent Jabari from entering into the pyramid site. And Jabari's now asking the guard, why can I enter the pyramid with my ankh? He's like, I've been to Egypt dozens of times. I've never been prevented from entering a site with my ankh. Never, right? And so, he's still persistent that he can't come inside with the ankh. And Jabari turns to his guide and he's like, look, tell this dude, if I'm breaking any laws, there are the police over there. Have them arrest me. Other than that, I'm walking in with my ankh.
You seen this, Asar?
What'd you say?
I said Jabari about to
You
get
seen
put in the
it?
jailhouse.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it personally. This is what he's conveying to us in Detroit.
Okay.
So watch how the story plays out. So so now the guide is now trying to talk with the guard, and now they're speaking in Arabic, and they're going back and forth for a kind of a lengthy time. And Jabari's like, I know both of you speak English. Why don't you talk to me in English and say what you're going to say? The guard is looking around, and he just continues to talk to the guide in Arabic, right? And so, it plays out and they go their separate ways. And, Jabari ends up going into the pyramid with the anyway. Comes out, talks to the guide later on. And he's like, what was going on? Why couldn't y'all speak in English? And he's like, you don't want to know what, he was saying. And Jabari's like, yes, I do. I can take it. Believe me, I can. And so he starts, the guide starts saying, well, if they return, then who are we? And I hope you understand what I'm saying. If they return,
man. Break that down, man. Say that again.
He's arguing because they understand who the original inhabitants of the land is. It's a security issue. It's a land rights issue. This is one of the reasons why they don't want African Americans coming over here or coming over there, having these relations and having these conversations with the Nubian people. Because they know that we know who the original land owners are.
Ah, okay.
And if they come, if they return, then who are we? What is our identity? Where do we play into all of this? In other words, they know for a fact that they are not the people.
Right.
And so it goes in line with the comment on the YouTube page where the guy was saying, their presence, their coming here is a threat to Egyptian identity and to Egyptian and North African identity. Because we don't come with the bull. We come with the science and the scholarship, and we are down to debate and to argue anybody.
Damn.
And so we can't let, you guys hook up with these folks, because then you're going to start putting stuff in their head. Like the original people don't know their history.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, don't they already know? Like, anyway?
But they're living in an apartheid government. And that's the situation. So they're thinking that, we're gonna team up, we're gonna send a secret army, all kinds of just wild out stuff. But that's the that's the situation.
That's deep.
I think they know that we'll motivate like injustice talks and stuff. But they know what we do over here. We know that we don't got no problem bringing stuff to light and standing on what you mean and doing stuff to change. They don't want that.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to understand the dynamics and why this work is so serious and why you can't, why we take this serious. Because like this isn't like, you can tell who wasn't popular in high school. Like, because Negroes get older and create personas and just be anybody they want to be, in YouTube land and talk about non-important stuff. Like, for us to do this, we do this like for real, because real lives are at stake. Real situations, there's politics involved in this. And so we can't afford for half steppers to try to enter into an arena in a fight that they're not prepared for. Are you willing to lose your life over information, over political alliances? Most of these Negroes ain't. And that's why I can't take them serious.
Facts, though.
Just a bunch of jaw jackers online. Don't do no work, no connections nowhere. Don't know nobody's stories.
So Asar, I wanna muddy the water. Nah, not muddy the water. It's a bad word. I want to ask a question about
You want to ask a question that's gonna muddy the water.
Yeah, it's gonna muddy the water. So with this notion of people asserting, well, the whole use of scholarship and academia into the conversations and saying, well, why your work isn't being reviewed by these experts, and why are you hiding your work from them? I don't know how they could say that you're hiding your work if you published it's got an ISBN number and you argue with people all the time in the linguistic groups. But
that doesn't make any sense.
What are they expecting of you? What are they really expecting of you?
Look, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put in thousands of hours writing books and purchasing resource material. I'm only going to publish one book, and I'm going to keep it on my shelf. And I'm going to make arguments with everybody on YouTube, but I ain't going to show you my work. That would be hiding. Anybody can get my book. There's people who have my book and haven't read it, but be arguing. Or one of my books, or
I know.
There's a situation with Chief X and even Brother Unk. Brother Unk ain't read none of my work.
Yep, I found that out the hard way.
You can tell, like it's what else can you do? Like I challenge everybody if I feel that their work is not accurate to my satisfaction. Anybody who has read my work knows whether they are African or European or Chinese or Indian. No one, and I mean no one, is above critique. Not, of course, including me. But these are people who have some kind of unusual expectations, or people who don't research and don't publish, because they think that what happens in their world on YouTube, with 10, 20-hour shows is the standard of scholarship. Like there's no standard of scholarship on YouTube. YouTube is used to highlight subjects. It is not used to make the arguments. You make your arguments on paper. You come on to a radio show, a YouTube program, even a conference to give a summary and to highlight specific points of your argument. Nobody goes on YouTube to make an argument, but they have life backwards. And then when you ask them to write something, they look at you like you done lost your mind.
Yeah, you're wrong. It's the other way around. The conscious community is flipped. Just think of mirrors. Just everything is flipped.
Exactly. Like in the conscious community, you come to your conclusion first, then you search for evidence to prove your to support your conclusion. That's what they do.
Pseudo tactics 101.
You make up. Now you make up your mind first, and then you use trusty Google search and find any search result that matches what you thought first, and then you stop. and then you fire up YouTube. You go to the store. You buy your webcam, your microphone, order from Amazon, fire up YouTube, and you go ham. That's the order of business.
Like, and they be in such a rush to prove you wrong that they make all kinds of mistakes in the process. Like, I don't know what day I caught a little bit of it of your show, Wudjua. I didn't even know this happened because again, I'm in Egypt, so I'm not paying attention, to what's going on here in the States. And allegedly, Brother Smash, I don't know if it was a whole program or a section of a program. I still haven't had a chance to review the video, but allegedly is going allegedly ham on me on a quote that he associated with me that wasn't even my quote, and then was misreading consistently the statement that was actually stated by the person who they were quoting.
Right. Yeah, I thought that was real strange, and the brother James brought it to my attention because I had no idea the video existed. I didn't know Smash did it either. James came on the channel in James Pan-African Designs fashion by trying to argue somebody else's argument, and he didn't understand it. And so he forced me to look at it, or he brought it to my attention. So when I listened to it, I'm like, I have the book. That's not in the book. I said, that's not in the book, and then Unc comes on there and said, why don't you just answer the question? I'm like, Unc, we got to first sort out the question. And then it, turned to that. So if you saw that, then yeah, we straighten all that stuff. That was Deidre McIntyre quoting, she was citing your determinatives 2014 paper in the point that she was making. But Smash took it as that was yours. And then he was wrong. I mean, even then, regardless if it was you or not, he was just wrong. It's like a big difference between saying a word means nation versus a word being used for the nation. I'm like, good gracious, this is
but this is what I'm talking 101. About, man. It's you're such in a rush to make a point that you miss these little things that have a very big impact and just be wrong and won't come back and admit that you're wrong. Like, how many times have we corrected Smash on stuff that that we didn't say that he said, and then when stuff that he actually did say, we have to play it back for him. Oh, I did say that. And just be wrong. And it's just like, I can't. I just can't. It's just a certain level of professionalism that I'm used to. And this ain't it. And so you just gotta let, people be. Like I only respect, for example, let me see. Can y'all still hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you clear.
All righty, hold on one sec. I need to find this comment. So when I did the Sheikh Anta Diop, did not show his work conversation. So of course, the title makes everyone, mad. And of course, they're not going to listen and they're not going to read. They just in their feelings. So it's this one poster by the name of Fabanwa, right? Clearly a Yoruba name. And so he first comes kind of hostile. And so, like for example, he starts off, have you deciphered the Wudjua entry that identifies the Kim object as a burning heap of
Wait, was that me or is...
I thought it was me.
That shit be having everybody like.
Hey, had everybody on cricket mode for a second. Wudjua, the follow-up was worse watched than that one. Oh, than that one. Wow. Yeah, sorry, I must have had an issue. But yeah. So
did y'all hear me?
now
Nah,
he's back.
you cut out.
Testing.
You good?
So I think because I'm on a how should I say? Yeah, because I'm on my phone and I'm on the browser, and I think like when I leave the browser to go to YouTube, it does that. So I wanted to read something, but I guess I can't. Well, let's do this. Any of y'all not on your phone, and y'all can browse a hop.
Yeah, I'm letting up my garage now. I'm about to walk back in the house and I can pull up the it's on your YouTube channel, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, as soon as I can get parked, I can run right back in there and I can pull up the quote.
All righty.
I'll run my dog over. One second here, people.
I don't think that garage door opening was peer reviewed.
Right.
It's not the consensus. It
Out of
doesn't.
curiosity, though, Asar, have you submitted any of your work to any journal? If so, which one?
All I heard is have you
broke
submitted, and then it went
Yeah,
loud.
it sounded like he broke something. But I was trying to see which, if you did submit any to any journal, which journals did you submit them to?
Well, I've recently submitted something to the Lingua Egyptiae, and I'm preparing 2 other journals, one for an journal articles, one for an African linguistic journal, and I haven't figured out where I'm going to submit this one because I'm doing one on the etymology of the word remech. And so I'm not sure if I want to submit it straight to a linguistics journal or straight to an Egyptological journal, or just to, because like the Lingua Egyptiae is a linguistic Egyptological journal,
Right.
But with already having one sent and under review, I don't want to push it, with another one recently. So until I get feedback on that. But those are just terms of the recent.
Okay.
So I see the page. So if you go to the videos link, I guess, and it should be on that second row that I'm seeing where it has the face of Shekan Tajia. And you can pause the video. We're not going to listen to any of it. But you should see a comment by a Banwo. I'm not sure.
Somebody with an F? With an F-A?
With an F. That's an F-A-B. Huh?
He passed right there, huh?
Well, yeah, he posted several times.
Yeah, he's got several comments.
But, well, if you go to any of the earlier comments, you can see that he's a bit hostile in terms of my claim in the video, right? I don't even think that he actually watched at the time, right? But I think the very top one, like if you scroll up, I'm not sure, I can't see really.
Okay, mention Diop and Obanga, or just received
it should start off. Yeah, just received the copy. So like if you can read that whole thing.
Okay, he says I just received and reviewed a copy of a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. As a person who relied on the work of Diop and Obanga as to the meaning of Kemet in my own PhD dissertation 2002 in Africology. I am downright. However, this is the most brilliant, courageous, and exhaustive research I have seen on the subject, and it cannot easily be dismissed. In the end, you have actually strengthened Diop's thesis that ancient Egypt was an African civilization by linguistically eliminating a weak argument and fortifying evidence of the genetic relationship of Medu Neter to Proto-African languages. It is also worth pondering the deeper implications of your translation, i.e., the organizing principle of the rhizome.
That's it.
Yep, that's
right.
it on that comment.
So notice the difference between the PhD holder. He says, I'm not going to make an argument against you without reading the work. And when he actually read the work, it changed his perspective about something that he actually used in his own PhD dissertation. But the PhDs of the metaverse of YouTubeversity don't read the text, don't read the work, and don't know how to critique and understand the work. Be all in their feelings, arguing everything all wrong, misquoting, misinterpreting, not comprehending anything. And see, this is what I mean, that I'm used to a certain level and standard of review and critique. And what you're seeing in these click groups, you know, that want to be YouTube stars, that ain't it. That's not the level. And they can be in their feelings, you know, because I'm saying this, but it's just the reality.
Oh, they're gonna be in their feelings, boy, because you got some soft folks in the YouTube verse and in the YouTube verse and YouTube streets.
You got a person in there. What migration did you use for Negro Egyptian? It was kind of dumb because one, you didn't even create Negro Egyptian. That's Mboli's model. But are you interested in even answering that silly ass question?
What migration?
He said, what migration did you use for Negro Egyptian?
That's not even a sound question.
That's what I said.
like that question doesn't even make any sense.
Why would you even use a migration to figure out like that's not how that works?
That's not how this.
What I read, I tried to answer for you, but I want to give you a chance to demonstrate how stupid that shit was.
What was that commercial? Was it the Geico commercial? When the old ladies was trying to do social media on the board, and she was like, "That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works." That's my response to that. That's not how any of this works.
I seen that commercial. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That applies right now, for real.
Yeah,
perfect.
Nah, you know, but you know the spirit that's motivating that question, that ill-formed question, is the word Bantu. Because if you look at the comments around when people say stuff like that, they're like, I can't believe Asar says that Egyptian is a Bantu language. You know, like what, you know, WTF, like, you know, that's how I know it's pseudo. And they don't know anything from anything, but they will say that, project it, and then just run with it and say, nah. And then that's where you get the migration question after that. They're like, it don't even match up with the migration pattern of the Bantu folks, you know, and this and that. That's where all that stuff comes from. It's just people parroting and repeating that nonsense.
The question you should ask is, if Niger Congo, Afroasiatic, Khoisan, and Nilo-Saharan are non-genetic groupings, they're not really language phylums or families, and they don't even understand the difference between a phylum and a family. I heard someone saying that they're essentially the same. No, they're not. But that's a different subject for a different day. Those don't exist. And the simple fact that there is no, unless you have writing, there are no artifacts that you can discover. There are no bone fossils that you can find. There is no DNA sequence that is ever going to tell you what language a group of population spoke. Like, we got to understand, like, what, on what scientific grounds are you making? Like, this is part of the fallout between Ngozi and I, you know, because he consistently misuses DNA studies and tries to link them with linguistics, and you can't. They're two totally separate things. Languages do not leave artifacts. You can't carbon date. You can't find a language in the ground. You can't dig up the earth and find languages. There's not. You're not going to pick up any bones anywhere and be able to determine what language a particular group spoke.
That's a non-cipher.
But see, here's the rationale behind it, because he projected that argument, or he tried to project it onto me. Because humans speak languages and humans are composed of DNA, therefore
See,
hey, locked in. Gotcha.
Therefore, you can. Why y'all running from DNA? Y'all always run from DNA conversation. I'm like,
right.
Dude, nobody runs from DNA. Like, I could talk about DNA till I'm blue in the face. Genealogy, DNA, that's like part of my hobby. I'm like, no, you just don't want to miss up. That's like trying to use a screw gun to perform brain surgery. You know,
Yeah.
you got to use the right tool for the right thing. Like, I'm not going to use DNA to discuss language just because you get caught up on the word genetic language family. You think it's biogenetics involved with languages? Come on now.
Yeah, that's like, you can only do a linguistic and genetic, biological genetic study in a modern era after the genome has been mapped and you have collected data from across the world. It does not, you cannot retro use that information because too much has passed. And for one thing, you know, human groups, regardless of their biological affinity, can adopt and abandon their language. And we've seen this done in history. Of course, you know, African Americans coming from all across Africa speak English, but we're nowhere from England, right? And for example, another example is the French. The French were actually a Germanic group who settled in that particular area, took over, but adopted the language of the Roman Empire, which was Latin. They adopted Latin, abandoned their original, whatever Germanic language it was, and you know, a dialect formed and it became French from the Francs, right? Even the Germanic languages itself is a result of some non-Europeans, excuse me, well, they're technically really European, so non-Proto-Indo-Europeans adopting a Proto-Indo-European language. Like, you got to keep all of these things in mind when you're having these conversations and to know these examples and why you cannot use DNA and archaeology. If archaeology does not have any writing on it, you know, it's a lost cause. And so you can tell the people, this is why I say, you can't just study, you can't just research, you can't search, it's not research. You just can't do a Google search. Google search is biased, first of all, you know, which is why you just can't do a Google search when you go to school. But you have to pick up several research methods books in the fields that you want to engage in. Someone says, sounds good, but it still don't make sense. A lot of scientists have made the connection. No, a lot of scientists have hypothesized. They have never made a connection because you can't make a connection. There's no DNA that'll tell you, you know, what language a group spoke in the past. You know, people just be making up stuff. I'm sorry?
That's not, I don't think that's hard to understand. Like, I don't get why people keep on like.
Look, I'm trying to tell you, don't waste your time arguing with folks. People, there are a lot of people with comprehension issues. You can say the same thing until you're blue in the face. You can do the Wudjua way and explain it 20 different ways, or you can do like me, explain it twice and say F you, F that. You can say it in Spanish. You can say it in French. You can say it in Kiswahili. You can say it in Southside slang. There's nothing that you can do to make them understand. And you just got to let them be. This should be the mantra. After you've explained it and given them resources and things of that nature, you just let them be on their way. Let them grow old and die. You know, you know, don't stress yourself out. You know, health is wealth, you know, and so you be about the business of continuing learning. You know, if you're sincere in your learning, and you know, over time, they're not going to be able to F with you. You know, and you can tell like who's serious about it, and you know, you just wish them well. It's just not. How do the church folks say? It's just not your ministry. So whoever just don't get it, this is just not their ministry. You were not called on earth to understand historical comparative linguistics, biology. Okay. You know, you may have been here to be a supervisor, you know, at FedEx Kinko, you know, and that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the, you know, like, I did not come to earth to be a neurosurgeon. I'm fine with that. I am content, you know, of not being a neurosurgeon, right? And God also did not give me the gift of singing, because He know like how for the streets I would be if I was, you know, at these concerts making these girls throw their panties at me. He knew what gift not to give. You know, He gave me gifts in these areas over here, and I stay in my lane. You know, there's other things out there in the world I just don't understand. You know, like fluid dynamics in physics. That's not my lane. I just don't understand it at my level of consciousness. I'm good at math. You know, I can understand physics. You know, but fluid dynamics and all of that other kind of stuff and continuous calculus, that's just not my thing. I'm fine with that. I can admit that. But you have folks here, you know, who you know just graduated chef school, but want to argue about quantum physics, and you know, it's I just don't understand what the struggle is. You know, that's just
me. Yep. Also, this projection has to stop, or should stop as well. It's like when you talk like that, and or these conversations occur, people then get their insecurity will kick in, and it triggers some kind of projection where they think that because you're not wrong, that you feel like you can never be wrong. And so I saw a comment, it scrolled up, I don't see it anymore, but it said the two smartest people who are never wrong. And occasionally I see people say stuff like that. And I just tell people, like, you know, instead of projecting that, just show where the error is or where a person is wrong. And they never ever do.
They have secret meetings with secret quote unquote linguists that judge but won't come out publicly. And as I said earlier, you know, there's a reason they don't come out publicly and argue, because the expectation is a rebuttal to their rebuttal. Now you can challenge their ability to comprehend and judge a work. And that's what a lot of them avoid doing. See, when it's a slam dunk, they'll be quick to write an article or quick to do a video. But when they have to put work in to argue against your point, they don't make those, they don't come out, they don't jump out the woods like a lot of these internet dudes do. So it's just like what when Brother Sean read the comments, the one thing that stood out is he said, "This cannot be easily dismissed," meaning you're going to have to work to dismiss this. It's not something you can brush off. Now you got work to do. Those of you on the opposite end of the argument. But they don't work that way. You know.
Right. But like I said, they never do. They never do. And that's just a catch-all. Like it's amazing what's become normal in like these catchphrases and trigger phrases and things that are just said. It's just parroted. It's almost like, you know, back in high school, junior high, elementary school, where it's just bandwagon. Everybody just kind of say the same thing just because. Don't even remember what it really means or how it came about and things like that. And to me, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
Because I mean, people have said that so not people, I don't even want to exaggerate. A person said that, said Wudjua was never wrong. And I'm like, well, Wudjua never makes that claim that Wudjua was never wrong. But you're projecting that. You're projecting that. Now let's dig in why. And the moment that you freeze the conversation and you want to deal with their comment like that, all hell breaks loose. They want to back out. They don't want to address it. They don't want to find out why. Because you think you're always right. Like, when have I ever said so, made the claim? You know?
Yeah, but like who, like, regardless if it's us, but like, who does that anyway?
Right.
Like, I'm always right. Amazing. I'm never wrong. Like, who does that?
Who goes around and say that? I don't even see people do that in too many movies.
How can you learn if you're always right?
No, but think about it. But listen, think about the implications of that. A person who truly believes that they're always right, they obviously would not be in the social status that they're in. Like, if I really thought I was right and I was actually right, or whatever the case is, man, I would not be fooling around on these YouTube streets or anything like that. Like, it would be so much more progress, so much more things that you could dedicate your talent to. If your talent was to always be right, do you know how much service you can do for the world?
Exactly.
I would be walking up to the CERN, to the Hadron Collider, be like, what problem y'all got for me? Because I can solve it. I'm always right. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I would speed dial Neil deGrasse Tyson, Peter Cross, or whatever, all those folks. I'll speed dial them and be like, look, hit me with your best shot. I got you. You know what I mean? Like war. Like countries that go to war, but like I call it diplomatic office or the consulate office, embassy. Like I'm always right. I could solve any conflict. So lay it on me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. People are just retarded. I value my time. You know, those days are over. I value my time. So it's like two
Y'all
times.
could
That's
have
it.
YouTube. Trust me, big things are going. And in another 10 years, they're going to be on YouTube arguing about Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, it's been 10 years now already.
You know,
man, I wish those videos on the old Amara Squad. I wish I would have had the mind to download them before it was taken down, because people, what I do notice about this so-called conscious community too is people actually leverage the passage of time. They use it to their advantage, and they expect you to have amnesia, and they know that we can't like dig it up. Like I remember things, but like for example, the videos on the old Amara Squad channel, I would love to rehash those or repost them, but we can't. To remind people like these things are old. We've already said this, that, and the third. We've been arguing this, that from this time. But on the other side, people actually leverage it because of the audience. Like they'll bring stuff up as if it's brand spanking new. Like we never addressed it. We never proved it wrong in the first place. They move the goalpost. They'll argue something differently than what they argued before, but won't admit that the only reason why they changed up their argument was because they got beat up in the past and things. I noticed that a lot.
yeah.
It's crazy. Even with this recent Afro-Asiatic surge, like I really don't know where it came from. Sean, I think you were about to tell me how did this recent surge come about? Like, because Afro-Asiatic wasn't being talked about until like just suddenly, in as far as my perception. Like maybe I'm missing some videos or something, but
it was calculatedly, and I don't care if you get mad at me and call me another coon, but it was calculatedly brought back up by Uncle West, because he said that he wanted to do a show with Team Osiris and discuss Greenberg and whatever other information that they had. But it was like they had a reunion. From what I was told, because I didn't watch the show, but it was a reunion. It was just sent to me. It just seemed calculated, like in the midst of the disagreements and the back and forths and the attempt to try to falsify people. You wake up, and I'm gonna say it again. You wake up the dead, and and have this discussion. Now, I ain't saying that you can't wake the dead up and have a discussion, but the time of it just seems disingenuous to me, from my observation.
Well, that's what happens.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that there are certain platforms that only excel when there's drama, and without the constant feeding the drama, nobody pays attention to their channels. And so this is why you have these same things come up, because they expect it to be some controversy, because that's what brings in the viewers. And so this lets you know that there's not much going on their channels or in their lives, period. And one can argue otherwise, but pay attention to the shows and the platforms, and they're not talking about something controversial. See how many people are watching. See to what level they can impact the world.
You hit it on the head. That's a roundabout what I was going to say. Is that it sounds like these things come up because people run out of content. And like I always say, the conscious community has has solidified itself as the fertile ground for adversarial engagement, to where everything has to be adversarial in nature. Like that's the root of it now. I mean, it's been that way, but like it's just heightened. And you cannot talk about something unless it's combative. Because remember, I mean, think about it. When we say the conscious community, the common thing that everybody will come across their mind are fussing matches, being called debates. Like who's going to get in the ring with who? So and so versus who? X versus V. I mean, X V Y. You know, and people, it's so crazy because people will find a person to debate before they find an issue to debate. And where I come from, that is ass backwards. You never you never seek out a person to debate first. You got to you debate issues, not people. and I'm like, who does that? So it to me, it's fitting. Like I'm not surprised by it at all. Like, but I was just wondering why would it come out, or why would it come up? Like what prompted the Afroasiatic issue to come up? You know, and my so far, the way I see it is when people run out of other things to talk about, and not just that, but and they lose arguments in other areas, they'll bring up anything. And you notice that within a conversation, within a single conversation, if somebody feels like they're losing footing on an argument, before they actually get judged as losing the actual argument, they'll shift so they don't take the official L on that particular argument. So they'll shift it over prior to it to save face. And I see that a lot of that happening as well. So people can't win in other areas. So now they want to bring up something that people don't understand, and it's going to last a long time. You got to think about it too. Certain topics are brought up because it buys time. Because just throw in Afroasiatic in the mix, and that's going to buy us another 3 months. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's happening. Afroasiatic is going to buy people 3 months of conversations. Yep. So
Man,
everybody got quiet.
Yeah. Well,
I'm looking at the chat now. I see language convergence. Who's genetic relationships not the same, but there's a correlation to movement and language convergence, blah blah blah. Let me just say something to vision the Elohim. You have to look into what's called proxies. So I'm gonna give you an example outside of language how proxies work. Okay, we have if you were to look up pretty much any medical journal and white papers on medicine and medical studies and statistics, inside these studies and things like that, they will mention the different races of people on the planet, the categories of race. But also, now they only do that as a proxy to whatever it is that they're discussing and sharing and talking about. But when in the medical profession, they actually focus on the social construct of race and how it relates to medicine and things like that, they understand that there is no racial biological reality for race, or have race-based medicine and things like that. But people who don't know that and don't understand will read these white papers and stuff and actually think that they can come and formulate products that are specifically for Black people or specifically for white people, and so on and so forth. And that's the dangers of not understanding what people are reading. And so when it comes to language, human beings, we're organic entities. We're made up of cells, DNA, genes, chromosomes, and the whole nine. And every individual human being who communicates does so in a language within a speech community of other people speaking the same language, which forms an entire speech community. But the speech community And then the genetic community, they're not a one-for-one. So you can discuss them as a proxy, and that's the point I'm making. And people have to understand that these are proxies. They're not the same, and they're not one-for-ones, but they're proxies only based on how you're using the data, and that's it. So once people understand that, all those arguments will go away. People won't project the straw man and think that you know we're saying something we're not, and vice versa. So once people understand that, then that's what I think people be able to progress in the conversations. There's no gene for a language that somebody speaks. There's a gene for the ability to speak. There's sets of genes and things for the ability to speak, for the speech ability, but not a particular language. Language is a psychological thing. Language is something that is learned. And that's another thing too. People don't really understand what language is. And I can prove it at any minute, any moment. At a drop of a dime. No matter where I am.
And also to understand the language, the psycho and socio link, like this whole different dynamics that get left out trying to gloss over it too fast and microwave, like you say.
Yeah.
Got to read up, man. Got to read up.
And like I'm gonna speak for myself. I try to help people, but like I was saying earlier, this toxic community is set up in a way where people are not going to learn from you if they already peg you as an opponent, because it messes their ego up. Like if somebody has positioned me as their opponent, then what does it look like for them to learn something from me? It makes them look weak. Like in their head, it would be make them look weak, or that they gave in, or it'll make me look bigger than I am, or whatever the case is. And when it shouldn't be like that at all. We can learn from each other. We don't have to be adversaries. We don't have to be in competition in that sense at all. That's it. So that's what has to happen. So, but people don't know what language is. I can tell by, and see, we got to be real and stop dropping the standards, because people are made to be something that they're not. There's a lot of hyperboles going on, a lot of exaggerations and things floating around in this social conscious community. It's a lot. People are given lofty titles, doctor this, master teacher that, the Floyd Mayweather of this, that, and the third. We gotta stop that. Gotta stop it. You know what I'm saying? People set up voyeur, like, voyeur studying. I call voyeur studying like reality TV. People turn the cameras on. Like the concept behind reality TV is that you're going to follow somebody around in real life and show their life. So you're going to turn the camera on and you want to show their real life, and people watch it. So what that is, it's voyeurism. It's you watching how somebody else lives. And then the reason why that's attractive is because you live vicariously through them. So if that person is well off, they're rich, they got a lot of cars, they got a nice home, or whatever the case is, or they're famous, then you like to watch how they live, because you're going to live vicariously through them, even though you don't have what they have, but you enjoy watching it because in your mind, you're imagining that you have what they have. Well, the conscious community has created that for scholarly type stuff, where people will study and turn their cameras on and stuff and share information about things that they learned the night before or in the process of learning. So it's like reality TV. So it's reality studying. So the audience is watching someone as they learn. And so the audience may not have time to buy the books or put the time in to learn exactly like what the person they're watching has learned. So they live vicariously through that. So it's the same thing. Now, the dangers of that is that if you're showcasing your learning process, then you run the risk of transmitting your errors onto the minds of the audience that's watching you. And that's where it gets tricky. Just like in reality TV, the way people behave and act on reality TV, those people run the risk of other people watching it emulating them. And that's what happens. People are emulating other people. And then they end up doing the same thing. And so both situations are happening. It's the same things going on. So people got what I'm saying.
It ain't hard to grasp.
You sound terrible.
Chavis sound like he's driving. He probably driving to the get some mashed potatoes.
That's why you look muting me. I'm in front of a fan. It's hot in here.
I'm about to say he's driving. Sound like the windows down. He about to hit up.
No, that's that fan.
About to hit up some food.
It's hot out here, man.
We've been going. So, man, look, Saber Wu, I appreciate you coming through, holding it down and elaborating. We did, and Asar, appreciate you coming through, blessing us, both of y'all, because I know many people haven't heard from both of y'all at the same time. You know, we addressed the elephant in the room, and I think many people don't want to have that happen, like addressing the elephant in the room, because they worship personalities, and that tends to be a whole nother argument. And that goes back to your point about forming cliques and all of that stuff. And if it's about the information, then all biases should be removed and feelings should be checked at the door. And we should be dealing with just the information and not with who said what, when, where, or how, or posing other people's arguments as our own. That's a grave mistake. And we have to do a better job at knowing what methods are actually used to construct these arguments, and being able to identify them and not relying so much on just, the experts, but our own competence, our own intelligence, because we can learn the things that you think you can't learn. You can learn those things. And I think that's the key. So all of us stand to face scrutiny. It's just a little funny to me that when you start scrutinizing certain particular few individuals, the whole thing begins to blow up as if they can't be scrutinized. But at the same breath, other people are trying to, in secrecy, throw rocks and hide their hands and scrutinize other people. So I don't think that's fair at all. Everybody is open or subjected to scrutiny, and you can't get in your feelings when you are being scrutinized or when the roles are reversed, and now it is you that is under the microscope due to your incompetency in certain areas or mistakes made publicly.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I was scrolling. It was a question. I was trying to find it. American Dream. I don't see his name in here, but I see somebody reference American Dream though. Unless they got a different name. I don't know what happened.
No, American Dream, man.
He put him out.
He was saying something he wanted to know. He said he had 1,000 questions, but he only had one question that he wanted to ask. And his question is, and you know how he goes. He says he's confused. He's asking if you agree. I believe he's asking if you agree with Asar on Negroes being in Egypt or whatever the case may be. But hold on, let me try to find it.
Yeah, I don't see it. And then BC was saying, I've never seen y'all disagree on this channel. The chat and panel all cheerlead each other's points. I've never seen y'all disagree with Asar or Wudjua on this panel either. Echo chamber. Yeah, see, I don't get when people say that, right? Like what is the outcome? Like what is the point of that? Let's say that's true. Let's say right now, Sean, you're you're live and you bring a panel on and the panel is in sync and everybody is in agreement and sharing stuff. Like I don't understand, like, is it supposed, and see, to me, it speaks to the nature of the toxic community, aka conscious community, because people are actually looking for a fussing fighting match to the point where that if you fire up a YouTube live and everybody is in agreement, that's now a problem. Like it's actually a problem to agree. Like where, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I must be weird. Like I must be
We all
weird.
weird, man. We all weird. I got this question though.
Okay, yeah. Show. Can you show it?
Go ahead.
Can you show it on screen?
No, I can't show it, but I captured it a different way.
Okay.
It says,
okay.
Wudjua, do you support the idea of a Black Egypt? I believe after Asar had made his comment, he was asking that question.
Do I support the idea of a Black Egypt? Well, that I would have to tease his question to get for me to really get to it, to answer it. But I know he's not here anymore or whatever. So so in general,
he's saying that because he's heard you say that you don't believe in a Black Egypt, and you suggested that we get rid of the term Black, and that's where I think he's
trying to play you. Sorry, that would have sounded like me.
No, but see, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. So here's my stance. Like without even trying to rocket science his question, I'm just gonna state I'm gonna repeat my stance that I always say. I've been very consistent for years and years and years.
That I told him
that I do not, and I suggest no one does, perform a violation of anachronism by projecting the modern social constructs of race that we live by today and projecting it backwards in time to people of antiquity. None of these categories are relevant to antiquity. So that being said, the ancient Egyptians are not Black, they're not white, they're not any of these racial categories that we understand today. So if anybody asks me, do I believe the ancient Egyptians are Black? My answer has been and will be no. They're also not white. And any other racial categories that we are dealing with today, it doesn't apply. And then if they want me to elaborate further, then I'll go from there. That's it. So that's the short, skinny answer, that ancient Egypt is not Black. I think it's a wasted conversation to even have that whole conversation, to even determine if the Egyptians are Black or white, because all of that. And just so people know the direction I'm going with what I'm saying is, no white people existed on Earth prior to 1681. And when I say that, I'm not talking about genes or phenotype or whatever. I'm talking about the social constructed category called white, because that's what it is. People forget.
Right.
When we say Black and when we say white, these are categories. These are categories that emerge from society. That's why we call them socially constructed concepts, or we say modern social construct. These are emergent from society. and it happens today. So 1681 marks the time period when the category of white emerged, and then a criteria was set on who should be placed in that category and who should not. And I will even go as further to say, so people will really get it, is that if the ancient Egyptians were alive right now, if all ancient Egyptians prior to the fall of Egypt were to just miraculously wake up out their graves, including all the kings and everybody, just wake up out their graves, the question is, what racial social construct of race, what racial category would they self-identify with? And I would say that they would self-identify with the category of white, because they would understand what the category represents and not as an identity. They will know that they are Remetch. They would know all their identification markers, their language and everything and stuff like that. But yet, if they were asked to choose a category, they would choose white, just like they do to this very day in Egypt. When Egyptians come over to the United States of America, and Middle Easterners or Arabs and anybody living in Northern Africa, when they come up to the United States, they identify with the category of white. And I'm going to keep emphasizing the category of white. Anyway, but that's a whole conversation that I don't mind having. But when people do that and ask that, so no, the ancient Egyptians are not black. That concept, that racial construct of blackness didn't exist for them. So there you go. That ends it. That kills it. See, and that kills channel content. See, so when I say stuff like that, people don't like it because it kills content. It doesn't buy them time to go live and talk about stuff and fuss about stuff. Because I just kill it right there. Boom. Nah, they ain't black or white. Now what? Next. Because it's gonna force people to deal with who they actually are. Like, who are the Egyptians? They refer to themselves as the Remetch. But now you got to deal with the ethnic markers, like what group consciousness did they actually have, and what was that based on? Because it definitely wasn't based on what we base it on today. So there you have it. So that's that right there. But yeah, American Dream. Yeah, I was looking for him one day because I know he had some questions. I saw a video that he was in the chat. I didn't see the video live, but he was in the chat of a video that I happened to check out, and he was making some comments, and he mentioned my name, but he was misrepresenting stuff that I say and everything like that. So I want to make sure I straighten that out with him. But anyway, that's it. So I know, Sean, you trying to go?
Yeah. Bust it down. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully somebody live later, or there's a room out there that somebody will be live later, so it is what it is. But
you get today's Friday. Today's Friday, man. You know, people gonna go live and they're gonna keep up the same same conversation and stuff like that.
Unfortunately, so y'all go at your own risk, but go knowing that you actually have some sources to be able to critique. I mean, to be able to read and gain some level of competency.
Hey, but yeah, I appreciate the link and the chat. I didn't catch you. I'm gonna go back because you were saying that you all were sharing some links and some information, and I missed all of that. So I'll probably
I put them in the description. It's just some titles of books and then some other links. I just threw some other stuff in there, but I think I accidentally put them into this particular bill because I wanted to go and talk about the historical method, how we have to be careful when we talk about historical method because it's different type of methods and we got to be specific. So I didn't get into that. I got into some other stuff, but yeah, it's fruitful. It was a fruitful bill, so I'm gonna timestamp it and stuff.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well,
so,
I'll check it.
Okay. Well, all right, everybody, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Say we'll catch you later. You're sending out that link for the book club Sunday, right?
Yep, Sunday, 12 o'clock. I'm gonna send it out to those people who sign up. I'm gonna mass email everybody. I'm gonna start emailing. I got set up the link on Zoom, and then I'm gonna send it out and post it.
All right.
Yep.
So for people that's interested in joining the book club, the book discussion, you're gonna have to go to sebauniversity and register. And let me drop the link to that in a chat for people that are interested in it. If you haven't signed up, you ain't getting the link. So don't be trying to look for the link on Sunday and you ain't in there. There's gonna be a personal problem. So make sure that you're on time for that. Yep, I'm on here now. And I'm dropping the link in the chat. And he just told y'all he about to start sending an email out soon. I have to create the link.
Yeah, they could join. Matter of fact, we're about to publish. Oh, I think I muted myself. Nope. I'm about to. We're about to publish our mobile app. That's going to be geared towards the whole thing about sebauniversity and everything like that. So people will be able to look forward to that. We'll always be able to be in tune. A community app, and so as we go to the next book title and stuff, we'll be able to go into the app, be right at your fingertips at all times, so people can look forward to that. But we got like over 30 people right now, so that's good. I wasn't expecting that many people, actually, tell you the truth. I'd have been happy with 5 people, but we got 30 people. I don't know how many was going to stick with it, but it's a quick read. It's less than 100 pages for this first one, and we just want to I gotta make sure everybody get it. Our first session is probably just going to be to break the ice and intro everything, but we keep it going. It's going to be a good thing, man. It's going to be a good thing. People actually be able to understand some things. And maybe our next one will be something about comparative linguistics or something. I don't know.
All right. Yeah. So, man, make sure y'all click that link. It's in the chat. If you haven't already.
I appreciate it.
No problem. All right. Peace out, Saber. Make sure that you register. Make sure you're acquainted with what's going on, like it is. Book club. If you don't have access to the book or whatnot, I'm pretty sure some of us who actually have the book, who got it before it had a price tag on it, we might be able to email you the book in reference and deal with it like that, because we ain't stingy around here. We're trying to bring back reading, especially to the masses and whatnot. I'm going to spend the next few 15, 20 minutes or whatever, 30 minutes breaking this down. I know it's a long video, so I'm gonna have it up in sections to where people could go to certain timestamps to deal with the information, and then make sure that I break down, when Asar Imhotep can leave it like that. There was some information may be valuable, or people pressing to rehear what was said or stated. Unfortunately, we're still gonna have a mass of people that's in their feelings about certain things, but hopefully people learn from this conversation. What I want people to take away from it is that we can learn these methods. We can implement those methods. We can comprehend arguments. We can identify claims, and we can move discussions like this forward where we won't get stuck if we just do our due diligence and we level up. You know what I mean? We just take the time out to get familiar with the argument, and not just familiar with the argument, familiar with the subject matter first, and understand the significance of it, even if it's on a basic level, or even if it's on a level to where on a minute level where you're progressing in it, but you just want to show some development. I mean, it doesn't hurt for you to learn something every day. You might as well give it a shot. You paying attention to this dang on conversation for hours, most of y'all for hours, and it ain't just on this channel, it's on other people's channels as well. So you're investing your time and energy into these particular conversations. So you may as well go ahead and deal with what's what it takes to be competent in the subject matter, so that you don't get duped. Because there's a level of people out there and their intelligence and ignorance that will dupe you and play on your ignorance because you're unprepared to understand what the argument is, and they may be articulating themselves in a way that's slick. You know what I mean? Like con artists. And we got a lot of con artists among us, and we have to be very, very, very careful. So, man, listen. Y'all know what it is with me. Y'all know what it is with me. I don't care nothing about none of that business that other people be talking and threatening what they gonna do in the whole 9 yards, man. You know, get mad at me for bringing out the truth because I see it based on the observation and I know where everybody is. So on that note, I'm hitting y'all with this.
Told him Dolph ain't never dead. I'm in the booth, he right here with me. Disrespect me, I'ma dive off in your ditches like your did. At times I feel like Kodak Black, I go to calling on my spirit. Then I jump out in all black, my feathers in, I'm representing. I don't do no ultimatums, I done grew up to my vision. I am God in the flesh, and I'm above your intuition. I go hard by myself, and I don't need no supervision. Hair on floor, I'm in control, and I got power like I'm 50. What you want me to say? Cause I don't want to talk deep, you know it sound. If I offended anybody, please forgive me, I'm so not sorry. You won't smoke, just keep it between me and you to get that pronto. They said smoke in the air behind the camera. You swear